Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 4. Let's go through the words. Misadjustment, wrong adjustment, unsuitable arrangement. Bang, the short, front hair combed down over the forehead, especially when cut squarely across, a false front of hair similarly worn. Quotient, the result of any process inverse to multiplication. See the note under multiplication. Stable, a house, shed, or building for beasts to lodge and feed in, especially a building or apartment with stalls for horses, as a horse stable, a cow stable. Emmanuel, God with us, an appellation of the Christ. Butylene, any one of three metameric hydrocarbons, C4H8, of the ethylene series. They are gaseous or easily liquefiable. Lithate, a salt of lithic or uric acid, a urate. Muscularity, the state or quality of being muscular. Terre-tenant, one who has the actual possession of land, the occupant. Imperator, a commander, a leader, an emperor, originally an appellation of honor by which Roman soldiers saluted their general after an important victory. Subsequently, the title was conferred as a recognition of great military achievements by the Senate, whence it carried with it some special privileges. After the downfall of the Republic, it was assumed by Augustus and his successors, and came to have the meaning now attached to the word emperor. Then, Thane, a dignitary under the Anglo-Saxons and Danes in England. Of these there were two orders, the King's Thanes, who attended the kings in their courts and held lands immediately of them, and the ordinary Thanes, who were lords of manors and who had particular jurisdiction within their limits. After the conquest, this title was disused, and baron took its place. Ag, a tool used by gold wire drawers, book binders, etc., so called from the agate fixed in it for burnishing. Calling, a divine summons or invitation, also, the state of being divinely called. Antiquely, in an antique manner. Crocosite, lead chromate occurring in crystals of a bright hyacinth red color, called also red lead or diaristic, distinguishing, distinctive, defining. Arresting, striking, attracting attention, impressive. Black, imperfect and past participle of black, destitute of light, or incapable of reflecting it, of the color of soot or coal, of the darkest or a very dark color, the opposite of white, characterized by such a color, as black cloth, black hair or eyes.
In and ties.
between and, set of a portico in classical style, where columns are set between two and, forming the angles of the building, a species of pier produced by thickening a wall at its termination, treated architecturally as a pilaster, with capital and base.
Psychozoic.
Designating or applied to the era of man as the Psychozoic era.
Amos.
A hood or cape with a hood made of lined with grey fur, formerly worn by the clergy, written also Amos, Amnis, and Almus.
Chapeleted.
Imperfect and past participle of chaplet, a string of beads, or part of a string, used by Roman Catholic in praying, a third of a rosary, or 50 beads.
Inosculate.
To intercommunicate, to interjoin.
Infrahyoid.
Infrahyoid refers to the anatomical region located below the hyoid bone in the neck, and it is also used to describe the group of four pairs of muscles in that area. These muscles play a role in movements related to swallowing and speech.
Demon.
A man who makes or sells pies.
Cutter.
A kind of soft yellow brick used for facework, so called from the facility with which it can be cut.
Dysentrical.
Of or pertaining to dysentery, having dysentery, as a dysenteric patient.
Fountain.
The source from which anything proceeds, or from which anything is supplied continuously, origin, source.
Predictive.
Foretelling, prophetic, foreboding.
Lamplighter.
The calico bass.
Obscene.
Foul. 50. Disgusting.
Trachea.
An extensive division of arthropods comprising all those which breathe by trachea, as distinguished from crustacea, which breathe by means of branchiae.
Lilungi.
The tunny, name applied to several large fishes of the mackerel family, especially Orcanis alilonga, one species Orcanis thinus, common in the Mediterranean and Atlantic, is called in New England the horse mackerel, the tunny.
Sash.
The framing in which the panes of glass are set in a glazed window or door, including the narrow bars between the panes.
Mono.
The black howler of Central America Mycetes velocis.
Watch house.
A place where persons under temporary arrest by the police of a city are kept. A police station, a lockup.
Dissilience.
The act of leaping or starting asunder.
Talk.
To clear the throat with an audible sound by forcing an expiratory current of air through the narrow passage between the depressed soft palate and the root of the tongue, thus aiding in the removal of foreign substances.
hobble,
to fetter by tying the legs, to hopple, to clog.
miscon,
Not to know.
effulgence,
The state of being effulgent, extreme brilliancy, a flood of light, great luster or brightness, splendor.
eschew,
To escape from, to avoid.
provisioning,
Present participle and verbal noun of provision, that which is stipulated in advance, a condition, a previous agreement, a proviso, as the provisions of a contract. The statute has many provisions.
nourisher,
One who, or that which, nourishes.
impulsion,
Influence acting unexpectedly or temporarily on the mind. Sudden motive or influence, impulse.
bruised,
Covered with a large number of minute crystals.
circumnavigate,
To sail completely round.
inhabited,
Uninhabited.
metaphysician,
One who is versed in metaphysics.
running,
Trained and kept for running races, as a running horse.
secret,
Something studiously concealed, a thing kept from general knowledge, what is not revealed, or not to be revealed.
snap,
That which is, or may be, snapped up, something bitten off, seized, or obtained by a single quick movement, hence, a bite, morsel, or fragment, a scrap.
eschew,
To shun, to avoid, as something wrong, or from a feeling of distaste, to keep one's self clear of.
disposal,
Power or authority to dispose of, determine the condition of, control, etc., especially in the phrase at, or in, the disposal of.
dear,
A dear one, lover, sweetheart.
terrestrius,
Consisting of land, in distinction from water, belonging to, or inhabiting, the land or ground, in distinction from trees, water, or the like, as terrestrial serpents.
grieful,
Full of grief or sorrow.
reception,
The state of being received.
embowel,
To deprive of the entrails, to disembowel.
agrostology,
That part of botany which treats of the grasses.
wawaskish,
The wapiti, or American elk.
cestrasont,
Pertaining to, or characteristic of, the genus Cestraceon.
poulticing,
Present participle and verbal noun of poultice, a soft composition, as of bread, bran, or a mucilaginous substance, to be applied to sores, inflamed parts of the body, etc. A cataplasm.
Fenner.
A fan wheel, a fan blower, an instrument for cooling a person, made of feathers, paper, silk, etc., and often mounted on sticks all turning about the same pivot, so as when open to radiate from the center and assume the figure of a section of a circle.
Tick.
To check off by means of a tick or any small mark, to score.
Skillful.
Having or showing knowledge and skill and aptitude.
Steer.
To conduct oneself, to take or pursue a course of action.
Happened.
Imperfect and past participle of happen, to come by chance, to come without previous expectation, to fall out.
Gloria.
A portion of the Mass Glory in Excelsis Deo, glory be to God on high, and also of the communion service in some churches. In the Episcopal Church the version in English is used.
Hunt.
A hunter.
Bismuthol.
Containing bismuth.
Hippocampus.
A name applied to either of two ridges of white matter in each lateral ventricle of the brain. The larger is called hippocampus major or simply hippocampus. The smaller, hippocampus minor, is called also urate and calcar. The shaft of a coal mine, a coal
Separation.
chemical analysis.
Monad.
One of the smallest flagellate infusoria, especially the species of the genus Monas and Ally genera.
Graze.
To rub along the surface of, to graze.
Fumitory.
The common name of several species of the genus Fumaria, annual herbs of the Old World, with finely dissected leaves and small flowers in dense racemes or spikes. French Officinalis is a common species, and was formerly used as an antiscorbutic.
Ullum broth.
The salt of wisdom of the alchemists, a double salt composed of the chlorides of ammonium and mercury. It was formerly used as a stimulant.
Decompound.
Several times compounded or divided, as a leaf or stem, decomposition.
Exogenous.
Growing by addition to the exterior.
Heliotrope.
An instrument for making signals to an observer at a distance, by means of the sun's rays through and from a mirror.
Morsel.
A small quantity, a little piece, a fragment.
Invigorated.
Imperfect and past participle of invigorate, to give vigor to. to strengthen, to animate, to give life and energy to.
rivet,
Hence, to fasten firmly, to make firm, strong, or immovable, as, to rivet friendship or affection.
downwards,
From higher to a lower condition, toward misery, humility, disgrace, or ruin.
overflow,
To flow over the brim of, to fill more than full.
emptional,
Capable of being purchased.
crater,
The pit left by the explosion of a mine.
insect,
Of or pertaining to an insect or insects.
pitch blende,
A pitch black mineral consisting chiefly of the oxide of uranium. Annanite, a mineral consisting chiefly of uranium oxide with some lead, thorium, etc., occurring in black octahedrons, also in masses with a pitch-like luster. Pitch blende.
suberon,
A colorless liquid, analogous to boron proper, having a pleasant peppermint odor. It is obtained by the distillation of calcium superate.
point blank,
In a point-blank manner.
notify,
To make known, to declare, to publish, as, to notify a fact to a person.
suprapubian,
Situated above, or anterior to, the pubic bone.
effronteries,
Impudence or boldness in confronting or in transgressing the bounds of duty or decorum, insulting presumptuousness, shameless boldness, barefaced assurance.
slatting,
Slats, collectively.
dwarfs,
An animal or plant which is much below the ordinary size of its species or kind, especially a diminutive human being.
gigantine,
Such as a giant might use, make, or cause, immense, tremendous, extraordinarily, as, gigantic deeds, gigantic wickedness.
inhabitiveness,
A tendency or propensity to permanent residence in a place or abode, love of home and country.
bastinado,
A blow with a stick or cudgel.
cretaceous,
Having the qualities of chalk, abounding with chalk, chalky, as Cretaceous rocks and formations, finely prepared chalk, used as a drawing implement, also, by extension, a compound, as of clay and black lead, or the like, used in the same manner, an implement for drawing, made of clay and plumbago, or of some preparation of chalk, usually sold in small prisms or cylinders.
safeguard,
To guard, to protect.
calories,
A marine shell of the genus Cypraa.
aver,
To assert, or prove, the truth of.
lofty,
figuratively, elevated in character, rank, dignity, spirit, bearing, language, etc., exalted, noble, stately, characterized by pride, haughty,
style,
imperative of steel,
beveled,
of bevel,
protect,
carried forward, advanced,
curtain,
an idler, a vagabond,
inkled,
untilled, uncultivated, crude, rude, uncivilized,
funnel,
a vessel of the shape of an inverted hollow cone, terminating below in a pipe, and used for conveying liquids into a close vessel, a tunnel,
furcate,
fork, branching like a fork, as, furcate twigs,
putter,
a chronic abscess, or fistula of the coronet in a horse's foot, resulting from inflammation of the tissues investing the coffin bone.
loot,
Plunder, booty, especially the boot taken in a conquered or sacked city.
ringed,
Imperfect and past participle of ring, an instrument, formerly used for taking the sun's altitude, consisting of a brass ring suspended by a swivel, with a hole at one side through which a solar ray entering indicated the altitude on the graduated inner surface opposite.
insane,
Exhibiting unsoundness or disordered of mind, not sane, mad, deranged in mind, delirious, distracted, such a mental condition as, either from the existence of delusions, or from incapacity to distinguish between right and wrong, with regard to any matter under action, does away with individual responsibility.
prostibulus,
Of or pertaining to prostitutes or prostitution, meretricious,
skeet,
a scoop with a long handle, used to wash the sides of a vessel, and formerly to wet the sails or deck,
property,
that to which a person has a legal title, whether in his possession or not, thing owned, an estate, whether in lands, goods, or money, as a man of large property, or small property,
expensible,
capable of being expended or spread out widely,
jauntily,
appropriate to giant,
state,
condition of prosperity or grandeur, wealthy or prosperous circumstances, social importance.
popularly,
In a popular manner, so as to be generally favored or accepted by the people, commonly, currently, as the story was popularity reported.
labor,
That which requires hard work for its accomplishment, that which demands effort.
flash,
The time during which a flash is visible, an instant, a very brief period.
Melody.
A sweet or agreeable succession of sounds.
Naphthalic.
Pertaining to, derived from, or related to, naphthalene, used specifically to denote any one of a series of acids derived from naphthalene, and called naphthalene acids.
South.
Lying toward the south, situated at the south, or in a southern direction from the point of observation or reckoning, proceeding toward the south, or coming from the south, blowing from the south, southern, as the South Pole.
Fair.
Of fair, ci.
Lyric.
A verse of the kind usually employed in lyric poetry, used chiefly in the plural.
Incorrectness.
The quality of being incorrect, want of conformity to truth or to standard, inaccuracy, inexactness, as incorrectness may in defect or in redundance.
Cessible.
Giving way, yielding.
Alnage.
Measurement of cloth, by the L. Also, a duty for such measurement.
Epipodialia.
One of the bones of either the forearm or shank, the epipodialia being the radius, ulna, tibia, and fibula.
Diametrically.
In a diametrical manner, directly, as, diametrically opposite.
Siren.
Of or pertaining to siren, bewitching, like a siren, fascinating, alluring, as, a siren sawing.
Ward.
A projecting ridge of metal in the interior of a lock, to prevent the use of any key which has not a corresponding notch for passing Italian.
Extinguish.
To quench, to put out, as a light or fire. To stifle, to cause to die out, to put an end to destroy, as, to extinguish a flame, or life, or love, or hope, a pretense or a right.
Della Crusca.
A shortened form of Accademia della Crusca, an academy in Florence, Italy, founded in the 16th century, especially for conserving the purity of the Italian language.
Air.
The fluid which we breathe, and which surrounds the earth, the atmosphere, it is invisible, inodorous, insipid, transparent, compressible, elastic, and ponderable.
Protectress.
A woman who protects.
Kedged.
Imperfect and past participle of kedge, to move a vessel. By carrying out a kedge in a boat, dropping it overboard, and hauling the vessel up to the Italian.
Pillion.
A panel or cushion saddle. The underpad or cushion of saddle, especially a pad or cushion put on behind a man's saddle, on which a woman may ride.
alluring,
that lures, attracting, charming, tempting.
referable,
Capable of being referred or considered in relation to something else, assignable, ascribable.
lithic,
Of or pertaining to, or of the nature of, elementary.
gem,
To press into a close or tight position, to crowd, to squeeze, to wedge in.
thrash,
To hold back by a trash or leash, as a dog in pursuing game, hence, to retard, encumber, or restrain, to clog, to hinder vexatiously.
omniscience,
All-knowing,
crook,
a ball of minced meat, fowl, rice, or other ingredients, highly seasoned, and fried.
backbend,
The bend which passes over the back of a horse and holds up the shafts of a carriage.
truck,
A frame on low wheels or rollers, used for various purposes, as for a movable support for heavy bodies.
bargain,
To make a bargain, to make a contract for the exchange of property or services, followed by with and for, as, to bargain with a farmer for a cow.
durance,
Imprisonment, restraint of the person, custody by a jailer, duress, Shakespeare.
counterpoint,
The art of polyphony, or composite melody, that is, melody not single, but moving attended by one or more related melodies.
comport,
Manner of acting, behavior, conduct, deportment.
choice,
Act of choosing, the voluntary act of selecting or separating from two or more things that which is preferred, the determination of the mind in preferring one thing to another, election.
woodman,
One who dwells in the woods or forest, a bushman.
bodkin,
A kind of pin used by women to fasten the hair.
preveditor,
One employed to procure supplies, as for an army, a steamer, etc. A purveyor, one who provides for another.
canton,
A song or canto.
rostra,
The beaks, the stage or platform in the foreign where orations, pleadings, funeral harangues, etc. were delivered, so called because after the Latin War it was adorned with the beaks of captured vessels, later applied also to other platforms erected in Rome for the use of public orators.
misprision,
The act of misprizing, misapprehension, misconception, mistake.
Buddhist,
Of or pertaining to Buddha, Buddhism, or the Buddhists.
continental,
of or pertaining to the mainland of Europe, in distinction from the adjacent islands, especially England, as the continental tour, the continental coalition.
best,
To get the better of,
usufructuary,
a person who has the use of property and reaps the profits of Italian.
polymerous,
Having the same percentage composition, that is, having the same elements united in the same proportion by weight, but different molecular weights, often used with, thus, cyanic acid CnOH, fulminic acid C2N2O2H2, and cyanuric acid C3N3O3H3, are polymeric with each other.
prick,
That which pricks, penetrates, or punctures, a sharp and slender thing, a pointed instrument, a goad, a spur, etc., a point, a skewer.
feeing,
Present participle and verbal noun of fee, reward or compensation for services rendered or to be rendered, especially payment for professional services, of optional amount, or fixed by custom or laws, charge, pay, perquisite, as the fees of lawyers and physicians, the fees of office, clerk's fees, sheriff's fees, marriage fees, etc.
meningitis,
Inflammation of the membranes of the brain or spinal cord.
function,
A quantity so connected with another quantity, that if any alteration be made in the latter there will be a consequent alteration in the former. Each quantity is said to be a function of the other. Thus, the circumference of a circle is a function of the diameter. If x be a symbol to which different numerical values can be assigned, such expressions as x2, 3 times log x, and sin x are all functions of x.
quint,
A set or sequence of 5, as in pk.
malapropos,
Unseasonable or unseasonably, unsuitable or unsuitably.
dope,
A tongue or tract of land included between two rivers, as the doab between the Ganges and the Jumna.
hunter,
A kind of spider, the pursuit of game or of wild animals.
truss,
To bind or pack close, to make into a truss.
soap,
Imperfect and past participle of soap, a substance which dissolves in water, thus forming a lather, and is used as a cleansing agent. Soap is produced by combining fats or oils with alkalis or alkaline earths, usually by boiling, and consists of salts of sodium, potassium, etc., with the fatty acids like stearic, palmitic, etc. The act, process, or result of soap making, conversion into soap, specifically chemistry, the decomposition of fats and other ethereal salts by alkalis, as the saponification of ethyl acetate.
squealer,
The European swift.
Myriagram.
A metric weight consisting of 10,000 grams or 10 kilograms. It is equal to 22.046 pounds of word poids.
Regrant.
To grant back, to grant again or anew.
Tabernacling.
Present participle and verbal noun of tabernacle. A portable structure of wooden framework covered with curtains, which was carried through the wilderness in the Israelitish Exodus, as a place of sacrifice and worship.
Jewel.
A sweet, demulcent, acidulous, or mucilaginous mixture, used as a vehicle.
Shrouded.
Imperfect and past participle of shroud, a set of ropes serving as stays to support the masts. The lower shrouds are secured to the sides of vessels by heavy iron bolts and are passed around the head of the lower masts.
Stand.
A state of perplexity or embarrassment, as to be at a stand what to do.
Foreman.
The chief man of a jury, who acts as their speaker.
Rictus.
The gape of the mouth, as of birds, often restricted to the corners of the mouth.
Scombriforms.
A division of fishes including the mackerels, tunnies, and allied fishes.
Pluming.
Present participle and verbal noun of plume. A large and flexible panicle of inflorescence resembling a feather, such as is seen in certain large ornamental grasses.
Thence.
Not there, elsewhere, absent.
Tradeswomen.
A woman who trades, or is skilled in trade.
Sempervirent.
Always fresh, evergreen.
Penwant.
A penitent.
Efflars.
Imperfect and past participle of efflars, to force, to constrain, to compel to yield.
Gambeson.
A defensive garment formerly in use for the body, made of cloth stuffed and quilted.
Tacit.
Done or made in silence, implied, but not expressed, silent, as tacit consent is consent by silence, or by not interposing an objection.
Misleader.
One who leads into error.
Methodism.
The system of doctrines, polity, and worship of the sect called Methodists.
Cosentient.
Perceiving together.
Sparkler.
One who scatters, especially one who scatters money, an improvident person.
Coping.
The highest or covering course of masonry in a wall, often with sloping edges to carry off water, sometimes called capping.
Deoperculate.
Having the lid removed, set of the capsules of mosses.
Regeneracy.
The state of being regenerated.
Craniotomy.
The operation of opening the fetal head in order to effect delivery.
Semifluid.
Imperfectly fluid.
Venting.
Present participle and verbal noun of vent. The anal opening of certain invertebrates and fishes. Also, the external cloacal opening of reptiles, birds, amphibians, and many fishes.
Warm.
Having yellow or red for a basis, or in their composition, set of colors, and opposed to cold, which is of blue and its compounds.
Satire.
A composition, generally poetical, holding up vice or folly to reprobation, a keen or severe exposure of what in public or private morals deserves rebuke, an invective poem, as the satires of Juvenal.
Pseudopod.
One of the Pseudopoda.
Contrabass.
Double bass, applied to any instrument of the same deep range as the string double bass, as the contrabass ophiclide, the contrabass tuba or bombardin.
Masad.
A German epic poem on the Messiah, by Klopstock.
Involucre.
A continuous marginal covering of sporangia in certain ferns, as in the common brake, or the cup-shaped processes of the filmy ferns.
Bilirubin.
A reddish-yellow pigment present in human bile, and in that from carnivorous and herbivorous animals, the normal biliary pigment.
Lead.
To allow to be used or occupied for a compensation, to lease, to rent, to hire out, often without, as, to let a farm, to let a house, to let out horses.
Lot.
An exclamation of surprise, commonly followed by me, as, Lami.
Commence.
To begin to be, or to act Anglo-Saxon. Tut. A small net used for taking fish from a larger one, called also tuck net.
Enter.
To cause to go into, or to be received into, to put in, to insert, to cause to be admitted, as, to enter a knife into a piece of wood, a wedge into a log, to enter a boy at college, a horse for a race, etc.
Septic.
Having power to promote putrefaction.
Dower.
That portion of the real estate of a man which his widow enjoys during her life, or to which a woman is entitled after the death of her husband.
Kindliness.
Natural inclination, natural course.
Tattler.
One who tattles, an idle talker, one who tells tales.
initialing,
Present participle and verbal noun of initial, of or pertaining to the beginning, marking the commencement, incipient, commencing, as, the initial symptoms of a disease.
levantine,
A stout-willed silk fabric, formerly made in the Levant.
daintifying,
Present participle and verbal noun of daintify, to render dainty, delicate, or fastidious.
nail,
To fasten, as with a nail. To bind or hold, as to bargain or to acquiescence in an argument or assertion, hence, to catch, to trap.
conation,
The power or act which directs or impels to effort of any kind, whether muscular or psychical.
flirtating,
A wanton, pert girl.
barrow,
A wicker case, in which salt is put to drain.
overflowing,
An overflow, that which overflows, exuberance, copiousness.
term,
The subject or the predicate of a proposition, one of the three component parts of a syllogism, each one of which is used twice.
busybody,
One who offishly concerns himself with the affairs of others, a meddling person.
person,
A shoot or bud of a plant, a polyp or zoot of the compound hydrozoa and pozoa, etc. Also, an individual, in the narrowest sense, among the higher animals.
anthropological,
Pertaining to anthropology, belonging to the nature of man.
chain,
To fasten, bind, or connect with a chain, to fasten or bind securely, as with a chain, as, to chain a bulldog.
zymotic,
Of, pertaining to, or caused by, fermentation.
hiss,
The noise made by a serpent.
double-faced,
Deceitful, hypocritical, treacherous.
argle,
A species of wild sheep salmon, or argali, remarkable for its large horns. It inhabits the mountains of Siberia and Central Asia.
displant,
To strip of what is planted or settled, as to displant a country of inhabitants.
crows,
A cooper's tool for making the grooves for the heads of casks, etc. Also, the groove itself.
dump,
That which is dumped.
rend,
To separate into parts with force or sudden violence, to tear asunder, to split, to burst, as powder rends a rock in blasting, lightning rends an oak.
disconsolated,
Destitute of consolation, deeply dejected and dispirited, hopelessly sad, comfortless, filled with grief, as a brave and disconsolate parent.
Pinchbeck.
Made of pinchbeck, shem, cheap, spurious, and real.
These.
The as a demonstrative pronoun. This denotes something that is present or near in place or time, or something just mentioned, or that is just about to be mentioned.
Jouk.
To bend the neck, to bow or duck the head.
Sponges.
Somewhat spongy, sponge-like, full of small cavities like sponge, as spongostones.
Drumstick.
A stick with which a drum is beaten.
Charlotte.
A kind of pie or pudding made by lining a dish with slices of bread and filling it with bread soaked in milk and baked.
Pioneering.
Present participle and verbal noun of pioneer, one who goes before, as into the wilderness, preparing the way for others to follow, as pioneers of civilization, pioneers of reform.
Yaw.
To rise in blisters, breaking in white froth, as cane juice in the clarifiers and sugar works.
Vaulted.
Imperfect and past participle of vault, an arched apartment, especially a subterranean room, used for storing articles, for a prison, for interment, or the like, a cell, a cellar.
Fraudulent.
Obtained or performed by artifice, as fraudulent conquest.
Immoralities.
The state or quality of being immoral, vice.
Middle ground.
That part of a picture between the foreground and the background.
Bambino.
Babe Ruth.
Lamsam.
A modified form of Buddhism which prevails in Tibet, Mongolia, and some adjacent parts of Asia, so called from the name of its priests, in Tibet, Mongolia, etc., a priest or monk of the belief called Lamsam.
Astrophyton.
A genus of offerans having the arms much branched.
Cap.
The top or uppermost part, the chief.
Billow.
To treat as allow, to talk abusively to.
Subcorneous.
Partially horny.
Vermiparous.
Producing or breeding worms.
Damnable.
Capable of being injured or impaired, liable to, or susceptible of, damage, as, a damnable cargo.
Manage.
A collection of animals, a menagerie.
Soperous.
Causing sleep, sleepy.
Spud.
Anything short and thick, specifically, a piece of dough boiled in fat.
Zeta.
a Greek letter corresponding to our Z.
Kilophore.
An adhesive marginal organ of the lucernary.
World.
In a more restricted sense, that part of the earth and its concerns which is known to anyone, or contemplated by anyone, a division of the globe, or of its inhabitants, human affairs as seen from a certain position, or from a given point of view, also, state of existence, scene of life and action, as, the old world, the new world, the religious world, the Catholic world, the upper world, the future world, the heathen world.
Distensibility.
The quality or capacity of being distensible.
Citation.
The act of citing a passage from a book, or from another person, in his own words. Also, the passage or words quoted, quotation.
Protogen.
A kind of granite or gneiss containing a silvery talcose mineral.
Ironstone.
A hard, earthy ore of iron.
Famine.
An Asiatic deer cerviceldi, resembling the swamp deer, called also Ilg's deer.
Whir.
A fit or turn, a short paroxysm, a caprice.
Flavor.
That quality which gives character to any of the productions of literature or the fine arts.
Flask.
A bed in a gun carriage.
Await.
To wait on or upon.
Fulminated.
Having breathing organs that act as lungs.
Cicade.
A sweetmeat.
Roomed.
Imperfect and past participle of roam. To go from place to place without any certain purpose or direction. To rove. To wander.
Emit.
To send forth. To throw or give out. To cause to issue. To give vent to eject. To discharge. As fire emits heat and smoke. Boiling water emits steam. The sun emits light.
Smugly.
In a smug manner.
Reverential.
Proceeding from, or expressing, reverence, having a reverent quality, reverent, as, reverential fear or awe.
Stevedore.
One whose occupation is to load and unload vessels in port, one who stows a cargo in a hold.
Civilian.
One skilled in the civil law.
Being.
Lifetime, mortal existence.
Trefoil.
Any moth of the genus Trefoilus and allied genera, a plume moth, a large and flexible panicle of inflorescence resembling a feather, such as is seen in certain large ornamental grasses.
Estivation.
Estivation is a state of animal dormancy, similar to hibernation, although taking place in the summer rather than the winter. Estivation is characterized by an activity and a lower metabolic rate that is entered in response to high temperatures and arid conditions. It takes place during times of heat and dryness, which are often the summer months.
Stall.
The space left by excavation between pillars, hired to do what is wrong, suborned, and stall, under post.
Moonless.
Being without a moon or moonlight.
Re-anchor.
To incur again.
Trepanned.
Imperfect and past participle of trepan, to perforate the skull with a trepan, so as to remove a portion of the bone, and thus relieve the brain from pressure or irritation, to perform an operation with the trepan.
Frost.
To roughen or sharpen, as the nailheads or caulks of horseshoes, so as to fit them for frosty weather.
Blastocoel.
The cavity of the blastosphere, or segmentation cavity.
Regulus.
A star of the first magnitude in the constellation Leo, called also the lion's heart.
Heel tap.
To add a piece of leather to the heel of a shoe, boot, etc.
Ceaseless.
Without pause or end, incessant.
Madrigal.
A large tropical fish Orcinus pelamis, allied to the tunny. It is about 3 feet long, blue above, with 4 brown stripes on the sides. It is sometimes found on the American coast.
Excrescential.
Pertaining to, or resembling, an excrescence.
Piggish.
Relating to, or like, a pig, greedy.
Hopper.
Any jumping, orthopterous insect, of the families Acridid and Leucustid. The species and genera are very numerous. The former family includes the western grasshopper or locust Caloptenus spurtus, noted for the great extent of its ravages in the region beyond the Mississippi. In the eastern United States, the red-legged Caloptenus femurubrum and centigrade atlantis are closely related species, but their ravages are less important. They are closely related to the migratory locusts of the Old World, any one of numerous species of long-winged, migratory, orthopterous insects of the family Acridid, allied to the grasshoppers, especially Edipoda/Pachytolus migratoria and Acridium peregrinum of southern Europe, Asia, and Africa. In the United States, the related species with similar habits are usually called grasshoppers. Any jumping, orthopterous insect of the families Acridid and Leucustid. The species and genera are very numerous. The former family includes the western grasshopper or locust Caloptenus spurtus, noted for the great extent of its ravages in the region beyond the Mississippi. In the eastern United States, the red-legged Caloptenus femurubrum and centigrade atlantis are closely related species. but their ravages are less important. They are closely related to the migratory locusts of the Old World. See locust.
uric,
A genus of palms, some species of which are elegant trees.
switch,
A small, flexible twig or rod.
stalking,
Present participle and verbal noun of stalk, to walk with high and proud steps, usually implying the affectation of dignity, and indicating dislike. The word is used, however, especially by the poets, to express dignity of step.
pyramid,
One of the chromid, a family of freshwater fishes abundant in the tropical parts of America and Africa. Some are valuable food fishes, as the belty of the Nile.
laudable,
Healthy, salubrious, normal, having a disposition to promote healing, not noxious, as laudable juices of the body, laudable pus.
syntaxis,
That part of grammar which treats of the construction of sentences, the due arrangement of words in sentences in their necessary relations, according to the established usage in any language.
plant,
A punting pole with a broad flank near the end to prevent it from sinking into the mud, a setting pole.
short,
Not extended in time, having very limited duration, not protracted, as short breath.
presager,
One who, or that which, presages, a foreteller, a forebidder.
ward,
The act of guarding, watch, guard, guardianship, specifically, guarding during the day, that part, usually one half, of the officers and crew, who together attend to the working of the vessel for an allotted time, usually 4 hours. The watches are designated as the port watch, and the starboard watch.
parch,
To dry to the extremity, to shrivel with heat, as the mouth is parched from fever.
garter,
To invest with the order of the garter.
scentwood,
Satinwood chloroxylon sweetenia.
crenulation,
A minute pronation.
claudication,
A halting or limping.
divesting,
Present participle and verbal noun of divest. To take away, as an authority, title, etc. To deprive, to alienate, as an estate.
snugness,
The quality or state of being snug.
spare rib,
A piece of pork, consisting or ribs with little flesh on them.
epispastic,
An external application to the skin, which produces a piriform or source discharge by exciting inflammation, vesicatory.
vital,
A vital part, one of the vitals.
Douse.
Drink, especially alcoholic drink. Also, cares, abuse.
Purging.
That purges, cleansing.
Electroplating.
Imperfect and past participle of electroplate, to plate or cover with a coating of metal, usually silver, nickel, or gold, by means of electrolysis.
Keel.
A projecting ridge along the middle of a flat or curved surface.
Rash.
So dry as to fall out of the ear with handling, as corn.
Elevator.
An instrument for raising a depressed portion of a bone.
Despoliation.
A stripping or plundering, spoliation.
Spiting.
Present participle and verbal noun of spite, ill will or hatred toward another, accompanied with a disposition to irritate, annoy, or thwart, petty malice, grudge, rancor, despite.
Punctuated.
Imperfect and past participle of punctuate, to mark with points, to separate into sentences, clauses, etc., by points or stops which mark the proper pauses in expressing the meaning.
Surnaming.
Present participle and verbal noun of surname, name or appellation which is added to, or over and above, the baptismal or Christian name, and becomes a family name.
Allonym.
The name of another person assumed by the author of a work.
Bishoply.
Bishop-like, episcopal.
Tumbler.
A variety of the domestic pigeon remarkable for its habit of tumbling, or turning somersaults, during its flight.
Kykodesis.
Pertaining to, or resembling, an order of plants like the palms, but having exogenous wood. The sago palm is an example.
Fusil.
Running or flowing, as a liquid.
Spiculum.
Any small calcareous or siliceous body found in the tissues of various invertebrate animals, especially in sponges and in most alcyonaria.
Shredcook.
The field fare, so called from its harsh cry before rain.
Stickler.
One who stickles.
Recoin.
To coin anew or again.
Exempt.
To remove, to set apart.
Origin.
That from which anything primarily proceeds, the fountain, the spring, the cause, the occasion.
Earning.
That which is earned, wages gained by work or services, money earned, used commonly in the plural.
Demalune.
A crescentic mass of granular protoplasm present in the salivary glands.
Idea.
The transcript, image, or picture of a visible object that is formed by the mind. Also, a similar image of any object whatever, whether sensible or spiritual.
Incoercible.
Not capable of being reduced to the form of a liquid by pressure, set of any gas above its critical point, also particularly of oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, and carbon monoxide, formerly regarded as incapable of liquefaction at any temperature or pressure.
Melanite.
A black variety of garnet.
Phalanx.
A body of heavy armed infantry formed in ranks and files close and deep. There were several different arrangements, the phalanx varying in depth from 4 to 25 or more ranks of men.
Blemish.
To mark with deformity, to injure or impair, as anything which is well formed, or excellent, to mar, or make defective, either the body or mind.
Seize.
To fall or rush upon suddenly and lay hold of, to gripe or grasp suddenly, to reach and grasp.
Springboard.
An elastic board, secured at the ends, or at one end, often by elastic supports, used in performing feats of agility or in exercising.
Shapely.
Fit, suitable.
Materialize.
To appear as a material form, to take substantial shape.
Goldless.
Destitute of gold.
Screwing.
And from screw, ct.
Hemiptera.
An order of hexapod insects having a jointed proboscis, including 4 sharp stylets, mandibles, and maxill. For piercing, in many of the species Heteroptera, the front wings are partially coriaceous and different from the others.
Delusion.
The state of being deluded or misled.
Bounded.
Of bind.
Vitality.
The quality or state of being vital. The principle of life, vital force, animation, as the vitality of eggs or vegetable seeds, the vitality of an enterprise.
Imposture.
Done by imposture.
Roomless.
Being without room or rooms.
Strayer.
One who strays, a wanderer.
Flooding.
Present participle and verbal noun of flood, to cause or permit to be inundated, to fill or cover with water or other fluid, as, to flood arable land for irrigation, to fill to excess or to its full capacity, as, to flood a country with a depreciated currency.
Wagonage.
A collection of wagons, collectively.
Entrus.
To loose from a truss, or as from a truss, to untie or unfasten, to let out, to undress.
Reconstruction.
The act of constructing again, the state of being reconstructed.
Putrid.
Indicating or proceeding from a decayed state of animal or vegetable matter, as a putrid smell.
Hero.
The principal personage in a poem, story, and the like, or the person who has the principal share in the transactions related, as Achilles in the Iliad, Ulysses in the Odyssey, and Aeneas in the Aeneid.
Stage player.
An actor on the stage, one whose occupation is to represent characters on the stage, as Uric was a celebrated stage player.
Cavies.
A rodent of the genera Cavia and Dolichotis, as the guinea pig Cavia cobia. Cavies are natives of South America.
Oppressed.
Pressed close to, or lying against, something for its whole length, as against a stump.
Albanian.
Of or pertaining to Albania, a province of Turkey.
Assiduous.
Performed with constant diligence or attention, unremitting, persistent, as assiduous labor.
Debased.
Imperfect and past participle of debase, to reduce from higher to lower state or grade of worth, dignity, purity, station, etc. To degrade, to lower, to deteriorate, to base, as, to debase the character by crime, to debase the mind by frivolity, to debase style by vulgar words.
Rachel.
A branch of inflorescence, the zigzag axis on which the florets are arranged in the spikelets of grasses.
Frequent.
Often or commonly reported.
Erected.
Imperfect and past participle of erect, to raise, as a building, to build, to construct, as, to erect a house or a fort, to set up, to put together the component parts of, as of a machine.
Selenitic.
Of or pertaining to selenite, resembling or containing selenite.
Laureate.
The golden oriole of Europe, any one of various species of Old World singing birds of the family Oriolid. They are usually conspicuously colored with yellow and black. The European or golden oriole Oriolus scopula, Oro, Oriolus, has a very musical flute-like note.
Inductor.
The person who inducts another into an office or benefice.
Circuitous.
Going round in a circuit, roundabout, indirect, as a circuitous road, a circuitous manner of accomplishing an end.
Jesuitis.
One of an order of nuns established on the principles of the Jesuits, but suppressed by Pope Urban in 1633.
Wednesday.
The fourth day of the week, the next day after Tuesday.
Lophostians.
The central keel-bearing part of the sternum in birds.
leaded,
of lead,
gate,
a door, valve, or other device for stopping the passage of water through them, lock, pipe, etc.
speciality,
A particular or peculiar case, a particularity,
divelic,
to pull in pieces,
base,
the housing of a horse,
sign,
something serving to indicate the existence or preserve the memory of a thing, a token, a memorial, a monument.
jostled,
Imperfect and past participle of jostle. To run against and shake, to push out of the way, to elbow, to hustle, to disturb by crowding, to crowd against.
thrive,
To prosper by industry, economy, and good management of property, to increase in goods and estate, as a farmer thrives by good husbandry.
austrine,
Southern, southerly, austral,
fulminate,
a fulminating powder,
champion,
a wooden stopper, or plug, as for a cannon or other piece of ordnance, when not in use.
tame,
Deficient in spirit or animation, spiritless, dull, flat, insipid, as a tame poem, tame scenery,
incubuses,
a demon, a fiend, a lascivious spirit supposed to have sexual intercourse with women by night.
escape,
The unlawful permission, by a jailer or other custodian, of a prisoner's departure from custody.
mains,
Respects, compliments,
egality,
the condition or quality of being equal, agreement in quantity or degree as compared, likeness in bulk, value, rank, properties, etc., as the equality of two bodies in length or thickness, an equality of rights.
body,
Obscene, filthy, unchaste.
cuckgall,
A kind of oak leaf gall, an excrescence of any form produced on any part of a plant by insects or their larvae. They are most commonly caused by small hymenoptera and diptera which puncture the bark and lay their eggs in the wounds. The larvae live within the galls. Some galls are due to aphids, mites, etc. The round gall produced on the leaves and shoots of various species of the oak tree. The bitter, alkaline, viscid fluid found in the gall bladder. Beneath the liver, it consists of the secretion of the liver, or bile, mixed with that of the mucous membrane of the gall bladder, and nuttle.
meeting house,
A house used as a place of worship, a church, in England, applied only to house so used by dissenters.
geography,
The art of constructing clocks or dials. Orography.
Bath.
A solution in which plates or prints are immersed. Also, the receptacle holding the solution.
Calm.
Not stormy, without motion, as of winds or waves. Still, quiet, serene, undisturbed.
Connoted.
Imperfect and past participle of connote, to mark along with, to suggest or indicate as additional, to designate by implication, to include in the meaning, to imply.
Wrench.
The system made up of a force and a couple of forces in a plane perpendicular to that force, any number of forces acting at any points upon a rigid body may be compounded so as to be equivalent to a wrench.
Impartible.
Not partible, not subject to partition, indivisible, as an impartible estate.
Illustrious.
Characterized by greatness, nobleness, etc., eminent, conspicuous, distinguished.
Lay.
A meadow, a measure of yarn, for linen, 300 yards, for cotton, 120 yards, a lay.
Pal.
To perceive by the taste.
Nominately.
By name, particularly, namely.
Well.
Fully or about, used with numbers.
Pantomimist.
An actor in pantomime, also, a composer of pantomimes.
Encourage.
To give courage to inspire with courage, spirit, or hope, to raise, or to increase, the confidence of, to animate, enhearten, to incite, to help forward, the opposite of discourage.
Germinate.
To sprout, to bud, to shoot, to begin to vegetate, as a plant or its seed, to begin to develop, as a germ.
Ingratiating.
Present participle and verbal noun of ingratiate, to introduce or commend to the favor of another, to bring into favor, to insinuate, used reflexively, and followed by with before the person whose favor is sought.
Paludism.
The morbid phenomena produced by dwelling among marshes, malarial disease or disposition.
Handicap.
An old game at cards.
Circumventive.
Tending to circumvent, deceiving by artifices, deluding.
Seriate.
Arranged in a series or succession, pertaining to series.
Duchies.
The territory or dominions of a dukedom.
Palingency.
A new birth, a recreation, a regeneration, a continued existence in different manner or form.
Shoppy.
Abounding with shops.
Obstinacy.
The quality or state of being difficult to remedy, relieve, or subdue, as the obstinacy of a disease or evil.
Car used.
Imperfect and past participle of chorus, a company of persons supposed to behold what passed in the acts of a tragedy, and to sing the sentiments which the events suggested in couplets or verses between the acts, also, that which was thus sung by the chorus.
Calculate.
To plan, to expect, to think.
Decasyllabic.
Having, or consisting of, 10 syllables.
Amphigon.
An element that in combination produces amphitol, applied by Berzelius to oxygen, sulfur, selenium, and tellurium.
Diaphanometer.
An instrument for measuring the transparency of the air.
Demonstrable.
Capable of being demonstrated, that can be proved beyond doubt or question.
Judaic.
Of or pertaining to the Jews.
Adjective.
Not standing by itself, dependent.
Obiter.
A person who, without right, enters into a freehold on the death of the last possessor, before the heir or divisee.
Drum.
To execute on a drum, as a tune.
Untillado.
A dry kind of cherry, of a light color.
Unfurl.
To loose from a furled state, to unfold, to expand, to open or spread, as, to unfurl sails, to unfurl a flag.
Intensity.
The degree or depth of shade in a picture.
Duncidum.
The realm or domain of dunces.
Close.
Conclusion, cessation, ending, end.
Batrachin.
Pertaining to the batrachia.
Presentant.
Feeling or perceiving beforehand.
Drubbed.
Imperfect and past participle of drub, to beat with a stick, to thrash, to cudgel.
Shedding.
That which is shed, or cast off.
Wimple.
To bore or pierce, as with a wimple.
Nerve.
Physical force or steadiness, muscular power and control, constitutional vigor.
Howler.
One who howls.
Psychology.
The science of the human soul. Specifically, the systematic or scientific knowledge of the powers and functions of the human soul, so far as they are known by consciousness, a treatise on the human soul.
Remonstrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of remonstrate, to present and urge reasons in opposition to an act, measure, or any course of proceedings, to expostulate, as, to remonstrate with a person regarding his habits, to remonstrate against proposed taxation.
Guard.
To fasten by binding, to gird.
Packing.
The substance in a stuffing box, through which a piston rod slides.
Ips.
The bishop's seat or throne, in ancient churches.
Conferring.
Present participle and verbal noun of confer. To have discourse, to consult, to compare views, to deliberate.
Impress.
A device on a shield or seal, or used as a book plate or the like.
Ronchissonant.
Making a snorting noise, snorting.
Geophagus.
Living in the earth, applied to the ground beetles.
Balloon.
A similar bordering or binding of rich material, such as gold lace.
Onagda.
The daw.
Scuti branch.
One of the scuti branchiata.
Cart.
An open two-wheeled pleasure carriage.
Shame.
To be ashamed, to feel shame.
Defix.
To fix, to fasten, to establish.
Penitential.
A book formerly used by priests hearing confessions, containing rules for the imposition of penances, called also penitential book.
Slumping.
Present participle and verbal noun of slump, to fall or sink suddenly through or in, when walking on a surface, as on thawing snow or ice, partly frozen ground, a bog, etc., not strong enough to bear the person.
Saffron.
An orange or deep yellow color, like that of the stigmas of the Crocus sativus.
Doctrinal.
A matter of doctrine, also, a system of doctrines.
Period.
A stated and recurring interval of time, more generally, an interval of time specified or left indefinite, a certain series of years, months, days, or the like, a time, a cycle, an age, an epoch, as the period of the Roman Republic.
Hearse.
A kind of gate or portcullis, having iron bars, like a harrow, studded with iron spikes. It is hung above gateways so that it may be quickly lowered, to impede the advance of an enemy.
Plainness.
The quality or state of being plain.
Unbeliever.
A disbeliever, especially one who does not believe that the Bible is a divine revelation, and holds that Christ was neither a divine nor a supernatural person, an infidel, a freethinker.
abandonment,
careless freedom or ease, abandon,
duck,
to drop the head or person suddenly, to bow,
mark,
attention, regard, or respect,
chaplain,
an ecclesiastic who has a chapel, or who performs religious service in a chapel,
concludent,
bringing to close, decisive, conclusive,
perla,
a genus of large marine gastropods, having a pear-shaped shell. It includes the fig shells in appendix.
Scandinavian,
A native or inhabitant of Scandinavia.
miller,
A vessel in which wine, etc., is milled over a fire.
alley,
A narrow passage or way in a city, as distinct from a public street.
overscrupulosity,
The quality or state of being over-scrupulous, excess of scrupulousness.
azure,
To color blue.
aphorist,
The writer or utterer of aphorisms.
fartherance,
The act of furthering or helping forward. Promotion, advancement, progress.
homespun,
Cloth made at home, as he was dressed in homespun.
non-elastic,
Not having elasticity.
abstract,
A powdered solid extract of a vegetable substance mixed with sugar of milk in such proportion that one part of the abstract represents two parts of the original substance.
boiler,
A strong metallic vessel, usually of wrought iron plates riveted together, or a composite structure variously formed, in which steam is generated for driving engines, or for heating, cooking, or other purposes.
diligence,
Process by which persons, lands, or effects are seized for debt. Process for enforcing the attendance of witnesses or the production of writings.
Leonid,
One of the shooting stars which constitute the star shower that recurs near the 14th of November at intervals of about 33 years, so called because these shooting stars appear on the heavens to move in lines directed from the constellation Leo.
quicken,
To come to life, to become alive, to become vivified or enlivened, hence, to exhibit signs of life, to move, as the fetus in the womb.
shunless,
Not to be shunned, inevitable, unavoidable.
on,
A Dutch and German measure of liquids, varying in different cities, being at Amsterdam about 41 wine gallons, at Antwerp 36.5, at Hamburg 38 and 1/4.
band,
To bind or tie with a band.
endow,
to furnish with money or its equivalent, as a permanent fund for support, to make pecuniary provision for, to settle an income upon, especially, to furnish with dower, as, to endow a wife, to endow a public institution.
squash,
A plant and its fruit of the genus Cucurbita, or gourd kind.
whist,
New.
prorogue,
To protract, to prolong, to extend.
wanton,
Untrained, undisciplined, unrestrained, hence, loose, free, luxuriant, roving, sportive.
colish,
A hood, formerly worn by ladies, which could be drawn forward or thrown back like the top of a carriage.
calendarial,
Of or pertaining to the calendar or a calendar.
mass shot,
A stroke made with the cue held vertically.
reside,
To dwell permanently or for a considerable time. To have a settled abode for a time. To abide continuously. To have one's domicile of home. To remain for a long time.
status quo,
The state in which anything is already. The phrase is also used retrospectively, as when, on a treaty of place, matters return to the status quo ante bellum, or are left in statu quo ante bellum, i.e., the state or, in the state, before the war.
peerage,
The rank or dignity of a peer.
palfrey,
A saddle horse for the road, or for state occasions, as distinguished from a war horse.
intervene,
To come between, or to be between, persons or things, followed by between, as the Mediterranean intervenes between Europe and Africa.
ziphisterna,
The posterior segment, or extremity, of the sternum, sometimes called metasternum, ensiform cartilage, ensiform process, or xiphoid process.
strucken,
Of strike,
fig,
a small piece of tobacco.
commensal,
An animal, not truly parasitic, which lives in, with, or on, another, partaking usually of the same food. Both species may be benefited by the association.
statistically,
In the way of statistics,
spatially,
as regards space,
helionthan,
an artificial, orange stuff analogous to terpentine, and like it used as an indicator in alkalimetry, called also methyl orange.
aphrodisiac,
Exciting venereal desire, provocative to venery,
stromatology,
the history of the formation of stratified rocks,
Sulpician.
one of an order of priests established in France in 1642 to educate men for the ministry. The order was introduced soon afterwards into Canada and in 1791 into the United States.
Sherry.
A Spanish light-colored dry wine, made in Andalusia, as prepared for commerce it is colored a straw color or a deep amber by mixing with a cheap wine boiled down.
Predestinator.
One who predestinates, or foreordains.
Bounty.
That which is given generously or liberally.
Inculture.
Want or neglect of cultivation or culture.
Raised.
Imperfect and past participle of raise, to subvert from the foundation, to lay level with the ground, to overthrow, to destroy, to demolish.
Potation.
The act of drinking.
Speechified.
Imperfect and past participle of speechify, to make a speech, to harangue.
Insultation.
Exaltation.
Pension.
To grant a pension to pay a regular stipend to, in consideration of service already performed, sometimes followed by off, as, to pension off a servant.
Seclusion.
The act of secluding, or the state of being secluded, separation from society or connection, a withdrawing, privacy, as, to live in seclusion.
Flatness.
Want of variety or flavor, dullness, insipidity.
Brackish.
Beastly, brutal.
Cookmaid.
A female servant or maid who dresses provisions and assists the cook.
Limp.
A halt, the act of limping.
Mudir.
The governor of a province in Egypt, etc.
Surcrew.
Increase, addition, surplus.
Altarist.
A chaplain.
Tubercled.
Having tubercles, affected with tubercles, tuberculate, as, a tubercled lung or stalk.
Arundinaceous.
Of or pertaining to reed, resembling the reed or cane.
Dastard.
To dastardize.
Smiddle.
Infectious, catching.
Disconvenient.
Not convenient or converse, unsuitable, ill-adapted.
Somnile.
Slumber, sleep.
Tilaceous.
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a natural order of plants Tiliaceae, of which the linden tilia is the type, The order includes many plants which furnish a valuable fiber, as the jute.
Lithate.
Applied to those of which segment uniformly, and which have little or no food yolk embedded in their protoplasm.
Fluxional.
Pertaining to, or having the nature of, fluxin or fluxins, variable, inconstant.
Containable.
Capable of being contained or comprised.
Ast.
An anchor is said to be when, in heaving it, an acute angle is formed between the cable and the surface of the water.
Prey.
To peep narrowly, to gaze, to inspect closely, to attempt to discover something by a scrutinizing curiosity, often implying reproach.
Raven.
Prey, plunder, food obtained by violence.
Tom.
As many writings as are bound in a volume, forming part of a larger work, a book, usually applied to a ponderous volume.
History.
To narrate or record.
Red.
Imperfect and past participle of reading.
Resent.
To feel resentment.
Serpentinian.
The term serpentinian typically refers to something that is related to or resembles serpentine, which means having many bends and turns, or being winding in form or movement. It can also refer to a type of mineral or rock associated with serpentine characteristics.
Jetter.
One who struts, one who bears himself jauntily, a fop.
Bicologate.
Having the anterior toes connected by a basal web.
Legation.
The sending forth or commissioning one person to act for another.
Idiotism.
Lack of knowledge or mental capacity, idiocy, foolishness.
Homoeomorphism.
A near similarity of crystalline forms between unlike chemical compounds. A similarity of crystalline form between substances of similar composition, as between the sulfates of barium bosophore and strontium SrSO4. It is sometimes extended to include similarity of form between substances of unlike composition, which is more properly called homoeomorphism.
Tragicomic.
Of or pertaining to tragicomedy, partaking of grave and comic scenes.
Emergency.
An unforeseen occurrence or combination of circumstances which calls for immediate action or remedy, pressing necessity, exigency.
Sangral.
Set apart to the service or worship of God, hallowed, sacred, reserved from profane or common use, holy vessels, a holy priesthood, grail, under grail.
Thrill.
To perforate by a pointed instrument, to bore, to transfix, to drill.
Crib.
A miner's luncheon.
Portableness.
The quality or state of being portable. Portability.
Democratism.
The principles or spirit of a democracy.
Sermonize.
To inculcate rigid rules.
Themselves.
The herself and itself, an emphasized form of the third person masculine pronoun, used as a subject usually with he, as he himself will bear the blame, used alone in the predicate, either in the nominative or objective case, as it is himself who saved himself, herself, itself.
Arms.
Twisted guts.
Rhesus.
The monkey, the bunder.
Disband.
To become separated, broken up, dissolved, or scattered, especially to quit military service by breaking up organization.
Hone.
To sharpen on, or with a hone, to rub on a hone in order to sharpen, as to hone a razor.
Trepan.
A deceiver, a cheat.
Water shield.
An aquatic American plant Bracenia peltata, having floating oval leaves, and covered with a clear jelly.
Subsesqui.
A prefix also used adjectively, denoting the combination of constituents, especially electronegative and electropositive bodies, in the proportion of 2 to 3, as a subsesquiacetate, that is, a salt having 2 equivalents of acetic acid to 3 of the base.
Washer.
A ring of metal, leather, or other material, or a perforated blade used for various purposes, as around a bolt or screw to form a seat for the head or nut, or around a wagon axle to prevent endwise motion of the hub of the wheel and relieve friction, or in a joint to form a packing, etc.
Ligature.
A curve or line connecting notes, a slur.
Assure.
To declare to, solemnly, to assert to anyone, with the design of inspiring belief or confidence.
Meltum.
An extract of quassia licorice, fraudulently used by brewers in order to economize malt and hops.
Milligo.
Honeydew.
Brumus.
Foggy, misty.
Substructure.
Underbuilding, the foundation, or any preliminary structure intended to raise the lower floor or basement of a building above the natural level of the ground.
Salival.
Of or pertaining to saliva, producing or carrying saliva, as the salivary ferment, the salivary glands, the salivary ducts, etc.
Occupant.
One who occupies or takes possession, one who has the actual use or possession, or is in possession of a thing.
Committable.
Capable of being committed, liable to be committed.
Therapeutic.
One of the
Masterful.
inclined to play the master, domineering, imperious, arbitrary.
Millennialism.
Belief in, or expectation of, the millennium, millenarianism.
Camber.
An upward convexity of a deck or other surface, as she has a high camber set of a vessel having an unusual convexity of deck.
Stand.
To occupy or hold a place, to have a situation, to be situated or located, as Paris stands on the Seine.
Barley.
A valuable grain, of the family of grasses, genus Hordeum, used for food, and for making malt, from which are prepared beer, ale, and whiskey.
Pelagian.
A follower of Pelagius, a British monk, born in the later part of the 4th century, who denied the doctrines of hereditary sin, of the connection between sin and death, and of conversion through grace.
Overcapable.
Too capable.
Several.
Diverse, different, various.
Ladybug.
Any one of numerous species of small beetles of the genus Coccinella and allied genera family Coccinellid, called also ladybug, lady clock, lady cow, lady fly, and lady beetle. Coccinella seplimpingtata, one of the common European species, a genus of small beetles of many species. They and their larvae feed on aphids or plant lice, and hence are of great benefit to man, also called ladybirds and ladybugs.
Apple.
To lose flavor or become stale.
Precaution.
Previous caution or care. Caution previously employed to prevent mischief or secure good, as his life was saved by precaution.
Drift.
The distance to which a vessel is carried off from her desired course by the wind, currents, or other causes.
Settlement.
The act of setting, or the state of being settled.
Patriciate.
The patrician class, the aristocracy, also, the office of patriarch.
Whipstock.
The rod or handle to which the lash of a whip is fastened.
On.
In progress, proceeding, as, the game is on.
Benignity.
Salubrity, wholesome quality.
Whirlet coat.
An open car or chariot.
Pet.
To seize and pick up with a beak, or as with a beak, to bite, to eat, often with up.
Palia.
A pendulous process of the skin on the throat of a bird, as in the turkey, a dewlap.
Neath.
A woman born in the state of the lineage, a female serf.
Myopathia.
Any affection of the muscles or muscular system.
Pile.
One employed to steer a vessel, a helmsman, a steersman.
Raffle.
A kind of lottery, in which several persons pay, in shares, the value of something put up as a stake, and then determined by chance as by casting dice, which one of them shall become the sole possessor.
Mesohippus.
An extinct mammal of the horse family, but not larger than a sheep, and having 3 toes on each foot.
Fable.
Fiction, untruth, falsehood.
Mollifier.
One who, or that which, mollifies.
Hogsback.
A hogback.
Superficiary.
Of or pertaining to the superficies, or surface, superficial.
Myologist.
One skilled in myology.
Infinite.
An infinity, an incalculable or very great number.
Concrete.
United in growth, hence, formed by coalition of separate particles into one mass, united in a solid form.
Matriarchal.
Of or pertaining to matriarch, governed by a matriarch.
Purples.
Cloth dyed a purple color, or a garment of such color, especially the purple robe, worn as an emblem of rank or authority, specifically, the purple robe or mantle worn by Roman emperors as the emblem of imperial dignity, as, to put on the imperial purple.
Prospectiveness.
Quality of being prospective.
Inert.
To enter.
Phylomeli.
Formed of 2 plates, as the stigma of the mimulus, also, having 2 elevated ridges, as in the lip of certain flowers.
Higgled.
Imperfect and past participle of higgle, to chaffer, to stickle for small advantages in buying and selling, to haggle.
Igneous.
Pertaining to, having the nature of, fire, containing fire, resembling fire, as, an igneous appearance.
Voluvent.
A light puff paste, with a raised border, filled, after baking, usually with a ragout of fowl, game, or fish.
Bonhomie.
Good nature, pleasant and easy manner.
Ask.
To make inquiry, or seek by request, sometimes followed by after.
Cathead.
A projecting piece of timber or iron near the bow of vessel, to which the anchor is hoisted and secured.
Red bill.
The American red-bill warbler Dendrocapalbrum.
Obligate.
A representative of the Pope charged with important commissions in foreign countries, one of his duties being to bring to a newly named cardinal his insignia of office.
Patchley.
A mint-like plant, the Ghostamon patchouli, of the East Indies, yielding an essential oil from which a highly valued perfume is made.
Cruentus.
Bloody, cruente.
Hepatic.
Resembling the liver in color or in form, as hepatic cinnabar.
Cynoidea.
A division of carnivora, including the dogs, wolves, and foxes.
Coagulated.
Imperfect and past participle of copulate, to cause a liquid to change into a curd-like or semi-solid state, not by evaporation but by some kind of chemical reaction, to curdle. As rennet coagulates milk, he coagulates the white of an egg.
Lophobranch.
Of or pertaining to the Lophobranchi.
Gaddish.
Disposed to gad.
Much.
The close linen or muslin cap of an old woman.
Disperseness.
Dispersedness.
Soother.
One who, or that which, soothes.
Output.
That which is thrown out as products of the metabolic activity of the body. The egesta other than the physis, that gain which proceeds from labor, business, property, or capital of any kind, as the produce of a farm, the rent of houses, the proceeds of professional business, the profits of commerce or of occupation, or the interest of money or stock in funds, etc., revenue, receipts, salary, especially the annual receipts of a private person or a corporation from property, as a large income.
Kneecap.
The knee pan.
Vase shape.
Formed like a vase, or like a common flower pot.
Tentaculum.
One of the stiff hairs situated about the mouth, or on the face, of many animals, and supposed to be tactile organs, a tactile hair.
Tag.
To follow closely, as it were an appendage, often with after, as, to tag after a person.
Metemesis.
A vomiting of blood.
Partial.
Inclined to favor one party in a cause, or one side of a question, more than the other. Bay-eyed, not indifferent, as a judge should not be partial.
Racinolytic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an isomeric modification of ricinoleic acid obtained as a white crystalline solid.
Posterior.
At or toward the caudal extremity, caudal. In human anatomy often used for dorsal.
Misjudgment.
Wrong or unjust judgment.
Terre.
At that occurrence or event, on that account.
Terre-tenant.
A small body containing convoluted tubules, situated near the epididymis in men and some other animals, and supposed to be a remnant of the anterior part of the Wilfian body.
Prick.
A buck in his second year, to push with the horns, under 3D buck.
Drake.
A small piece of artillery.
Lady.
The day of the Annunciation of the Virgin Mary, March 25th. The festival celebrated March 25th by the Church of England, of Rome, etc., in memory of the angel's announcement, on that day, Lady Day.
Unconscionable.
Not guided by, or conform to, conscience.
Real.
A document written on a piece of parchment, paper, or other materials which may be rolled up, a scroll.
Scar.
To mark with a scar or scars.
Detinue.
A form of action for the recovery of a personal chattel wrongfully detained.
Character.
Style of writing or printing, handwriting, the peculiar form of letters used by a particular person or people, as an inscription in the runic character.
Acrytochromacy.
Color blindness, achromatopsy.
Mechanician.
One skilled in the theory or construction of machines, a machinist.
Bemangle.
To mangle, to tear asunder.
Earth.
The earth,
Lick spigot.
a tapster.
Aerostyle.
A particle which expresses the relation of connection or addition. It is used to conjoin a word with a word, a clause with a clause, or a sentence with a sentence.
Lancet.
A surgical instrument of various forms, commonly sharp, pointed, and two-edged, used in venesection and in opening abscesses, etc.
Epithelial.
Of or pertaining to epithelium, as epithelial cells, epithelial cancer.
Parasitological.
Redundant or excessive in words.
Revenge.
The act of revenging, vengeance, retaliation, a returning of evil for evil.
Navigator.
One who navigates or sails, especially one who directs the course of a ship, or one who is skillful in the art of navigation. Also, a book which teaches the art of navigation, as Bowditchs Navigator.
Antechamber.
A chamber or apartment before the chief apartment and leading into it, in which persons wait for audience. An outer chamber. That part of hall of legislation not appropriated to the official use of the assembly. Hence, the persons, collectively, who frequent such a place to transact business with the legislators. Any persons, not members of a legislative body, who strive to influence its proceedings by personal agency.
Basketfuls.
As much as a basket will contain.
Ring.
To rise in the air spirally.
Half-blood.
A person whose father and mother are of different races, a half-breed.
Narwhal.
An Arctic cetacean mountain monoceros, about 20 feet long. The male usually has one long, twisted, pointed canine tooth, or tusk projecting forward from the upper jaw like a horn, whence it is called also sea unicorn, unicorn fish, and unicorn whale. Sometimes two horns are developed, side by side.
Gravelly.
Abounding with gravel, consisting of gravel, as a gravelly soil.
Repair.
Restoration to sound or good state after decay, waste, injury, or partial restruction, supply of loss, reparation, as materials are collected for the repair of a church or of a city.
Fizzled.
Imperfect and past participle of fizzle, to make a ridiculous failure in an undertaking.
Misadvise.
To give bad counsel to.
Mal.
Pertaining to the malice.
Underpeep.
To peep under.
Martrology.
A martyrology.
Foible.
A moral weakness, a failing, a weak point, a frailty.
Meetfully.
According to merit, suitably.
Naturity.
The quality or state of being produced by nature.
Receipt.
Writing acknowledging the taking or receiving of goods delivered, an acknowledgement of money paid.
Arn.
The earth,
Hereditary.
transmitted, or capable of being transmitted, as a constitutional quality or condition from a parent to a child, as hereditary pride, bravery, disease.
Misregard.
Wrong understanding, misconstruction.
Orbit.
The path described by a heavenly body in its periodical revolution around another body, as the orbit of Jupiter, of the Earth, of the Moon.
Hop.
To gather hops, perhaps only in the form hopping, verben.
Animalized.
Imperfect and past participle of animalize, to render animal or sentient, to reduce to the state of a lower animal, to sensualize.
Whispered.
Imperfect and past participle of whisper, a low, soft, sibilant voice or utterance, which can be heard only by those near at hand. Voice or utterance that employs only breath sound without tone. Friction against the edges of the vocal cords and arytenoid cartilages taking the place of the vibration of the cords that produces tone. Sometimes, in a limited sense, the sound produced by such friction as distinguished from breath sound made by friction against parts of the mouth, sound uttered by the mouth, especially that uttered by human beings in speech or song, sound thus uttered considered as possessing some special quality or character, as the human voice, a pleasant voice, a low voice, too, and guide to pronunciation, //5, 153, 154.
Hip.
To throw one's adversary over one's hip in wrestling, technically called cross buttock.
And pick.
Not pick.
Trail.
The entrails of a fowl, especially of game, as the woodcock, and the like, applied also, sometimes, to the entrails of sheep.
Chordata.
An order of amphibians having the tail well developed and often long. It comprises the salamanders, tritons, and allied animals.
Tentaculiferous.
Producing or bearing tentacles.
Apathy.
Want of feeling, privation of passion, emotion, or excitement, dispassion, applied either to the body or the mind. As applied to the mind, it is a calmness, indolence, or state of indifference, incapable of being ruffled or aroused to active interest or exertion by pleasure, pain, or passion.
Strike.
To advance, to cause to go forward, used only in past participle. Except with, unless with, without.
Fun.
To bring forth the fun.
Coracoid.
The coracoid dome or process.
Bestraddle.
To bestride.
Registration.
The act of registering, registry, enrollment.
Float.
To cause to float, to cause to rest or move on the surface of a fluid, as the tide floated the ship into the harbor.
Metagnathous.
Crossbill, said of certain birds, as the crossbill.
Accessorial.
Of or pertaining to an accessory, as accessorial agency, accessorial guilt.
Maiden.
Morning worship or service, morning prayers or songs.
Arpeggio.
The production of the tones of a chord in rapid succession, as in playing the harp. and not simultaneously, a strain thus played.
Interpetalory.
Between the petals of a flower.
Variate.
To alter, to make different, to vary.
Accomplish.
To complete, as time or distance.
Seat.
Sit, sat.
Una.
In Sanskrit grammar, a lengthening of the simple vowels a, I, e, by prefixing an element. The term is sometimes used to denote the same vowel change in other languages.
Melisma.
A piece of melody, a song or tune, as opposed to recitative or musical declamation.
Zoisite.
A grayish or whitish mineral occurring in orthorhombic, prismatic crystals, also in columnar masses. It is a silicate of alumina and lime, and is allied to epidote.
Somnia.
A genus of Kykodaceous plants, having the appearance of locons, but with exogenous wood, the Kykodaceous plant of Florida and the West Indies, the Somnia integrifolia, from the stems of which a kind of sago is prepared, and Illus, of Strobel.
Sociological.
Of or pertaining to sociology, or social science.
Teuk.
The lapwing.
Naphthylamine.
One of two basic amido derivatives of naphthalene, C10H7 and H2, forming crystalline solids.
Billard.
To act the lard over.
Cosmetic.
Any external application intended to beautify and improve the complexion.
Daubing.
In currying, a mixture of fish oil and tallow worked into leather, called also dubbing.
Triangulation.
The series or network of triangles into which the face of a country, or any portion of it, is divided in a trigonometrical survey. The operation of measuring the elements necessary to determine the triangles into which the country to be surveyed is supposed to be divided, and thus to fix the positions and distances of the several points connected by them.
Stone.
A calculous concretion, especially one in the kidneys or bladder, the disease arising from a calculus.
Humorism.
The manner or disposition of a humorous, humorousness.
Tame.
To reduce from the wild to domestic state, to make gentle and familiar. To reclaim, to domesticate, as, to tame a wild beast.
Condiculation.
A stretching and stiffening of the trunk and extremities, as when fatigued and drowsy.
Justice.
The quality of being just, conformity to the principles of righteousness and rectitude in all things, strict performance of moral obligations. practical conformity to human or divine law, integrity in the dealings of men with each other, rectitude, equity, uprightness.
Create.
To form into ringlets, to curl, to crimp, to frizz, as, to crepe the hair, to crepe silk.
Defensively.
On the defensive.
Favorable.
Full of favor, favoring, manifesting partiality, kind, propitious, friendly.
Saxicavus.
Boring, or hollowing out, rocks, said of certain mollusks which live in holes which they burrow in rocks of Lithodomus.
Flurrying.
Present participle and verbal noun of flurry, a sudden and brief blast or gust, a light, temporary breeze, as, a flurry of wind.
Average.
And in.
Hackly.
Rough or broken, as if hacked.
Collated.
Imperfect and past participle of collate, to present and institute in a benefice, when the person presenting is both the patron and the ordinary, followed by ta.
Alpinotic.
Affected with albinism.
Epithema.
A horny excrescence upon the beak of birds.
Put.
A piece of lead attached to a line, used in sounding the depth of water.
Anomatophilous.
Having leaves irregularly placed.
Colloid.
A substance as albumin, gum, gelatin, etc., which is of a gelatinous rather than a crystalline nature, and which diffuses itself through animal membranes or vegetable parchment more slowly than crystalloids do, opposed to crystalloid.
Syrian.
Any one of a group of bomb-mesid moths of which the genus Cerri is the type. Some of these moths are of large size. The goat moth is an example.
Orthite.
A variety of illonite occurring in slender prismatic crystals.
People.
The body of persons who compose a community, tribe, nation, or race, an aggregate of individuals forming a whole, a community, a nation.
Paneling.
A forming in panels, panel work.
Husbandry.
The business of a husbandman, comprehending the various branches of agriculture, farming.
Punisher.
One who inflicts punishment.
Hydrogenium.
Hydrogen, called also in view of its supposed metallic nature.
Empyreal.
Form of pure fire or light, refined beyond aerial substance, pertaining to the highest and purest region of heaven.
Mag.
Compensation for the injury done by slaying a kinsman.
Emulation.
Geos rivalry, envy, envious contention.
Retroflexin.
The act of reflexing, the state of being retroflex. Compare, retroversion.
Rudimental.
Of or pertaining to rudiments, consisting in first principles, elementary, initial, as, rudimental essays.
Spaded.
Imperfect and past participle of spade, an implement for digging or cutting the ground, consisting usually of an oblong and nearly rectangular blade of iron, with a handle like that of a shovel.
Grim.
Of forbidding or fear-inspiring aspect, fierce, stern, surly, cruel, frightful, horrible.
Incoat.
Not compelled, unconstrained.
Shot.
A movable jaw or cheek, as of a wooden vice.
Lab.
An East Indian name for several vining leguminous plants related to the bean, but commonly applied to the hyacinth bean Dolichos lab.
Tingle.
To feel a sharp, thrilling pain.
Eloquence.
That which is eloquently uttered or written.
Adjured.
Imperfect and past participle of adjure. To charge, bind, or command, solemnly, as if under oath, or under the penalty of a curse, to appeal to in the most solemn or impressive manner, to entreat earnestly.
Alumin.
A double sulfate formed of aluminium and some other element, especially an alkali metal, or of aluminium. It has 24 molecules of water of crystallization.
Tasmanian.
Of or pertaining to Tasmania or Van Diemen's Land, a native or inhabitant of Tasmania, specifically ethnol, in the plural. The race of men that formerly inhabited Tasmania, but is now extinct.
Boomerang.
A very singular missile weapon used by the natives of Australia and in some parts of India. It is usually a curved stick of hardwood, from 20 to 30 inches in length, from 2 to 3 inches wide, and half or 3/4 of an inch thick. When thrown from the hand with a quick rotary motion, it describes very remarkable curves. According to the shape of the instrument and the manner of throwing it, often moving nearly horizontally a long distance, then curving upward to a considerable height, and finally taking a retrograde direction, so as to fall near the place from which it was thrown, or even far in the rear of Italian.
Enabling.
Present participle and verbal noun of enable. To make able to do, or to be, something, to confer sufficient power upon, to furnish with means, opportunities, and the like, to render competent for, to empower, to endow.
Integumentation.
The act or process of covering with integuments, the state or manner of being thus covered.
Goosefoot.
A genus of herbs Chenopodium. mostly annual weeds, pigweed.
glimpsing,
Present participle and verbal noun of glimpse, to catch a glimpse of, to see by glimpses, to have a short or hurried view of.
woodism,
Excessive use of the pronoun we, called alsoism.
palmaria,
One of the bifurcations of the brachial plates of a crinoid.
impearled,
Imperfect and past participle of impearl. To decorate as with pearls or with anything resembling pearls.
tegmenta,
A covering, applied especially to the bundles of longitudinal fibers in the upper part of the crura of the cerebrum.
reactionary,
Being, causing, or favoring reaction, as reactionary movements.
quadrilateralness,
The property of being quadrilateral.
hierophant,
The presiding priest who initiated candidates at the Eleusinian mysteries, hence, one who teaches the mysteries and duties of religion.
appeared,
Imperfect and past participle of appear, to stand in presence of some authority, tribunal, or superior person, to answer a charge, plead a cause, or the like, to present oneself as a party or advocate before a court, or as a person to be tried.
track,
To follow the tracks or traces of, to pursue by following the marks of the feet, to trace, to trail, as, to track a deer in the snow.
circar,
A district, or part of a province, the government, the supreme authority of the state.
recoil,
Specifically, the reaction or rebounding of a firearm when discharged.
biblo,
An illegitimate child, a bastard.
juniperin,
A yellow amorphous substance extracted from juniper berries.
rancidity,
The quality or state of being rancid, a rancid scent or flavor, as of old oil.
bent grass,
Imperative of bend.
hurdler,
An American long-haired beetle Onciders singulatus, which lays its eggs in the twigs of the hickory, and then girdles each branch by gnawing a groove around it, thus killing it to provide suitable food for the larvae.
bibil,
Attacks, especially on salt.
motherliness,
The state or quality of being motherly.
lactonic,
Of, pertaining to, or derived from, lactone.
turnstile,
A revolving frame in a footpath, preventing the passage of horses or cattle. but admitting that of persons. A turnpike, a frame consisting of two bars crossing each other at right angles and turning on a post or pin, to hinder the passage of beasts, but admitting a person to pass between the arms. A turnstile, a revolving frame in a footpath, preventing the passage of horses or cattle, but admitting that of persons. A turnpike, a frame consisting of two bars crossing each other at right angles and turning on a post or pin, to hinder the passage of beasts, but admitting a person to pass between the arms. A turnstile. See turnstile.
Eggshell.
The shell or exterior covering of an egg, also used figuratively for anything resembling an eggshell.
Simple.
To make or show something similar to match.
Materia medica.
That branch of medical science which treats of the nature and properties of all the substances that are employed for the cure of diseases.
Irregularis.
One who is irregular.
Cruel.
Disposed to give pain to others, willing or pleased to hurt, torment, or afflict, destitute of sympathetic kindness and pity, savage, inhuman, hard-hearted, merciless.
Appellation.
The act of calling by a name.
Lapidified.
Imperfect and past participle of lapidify, to convert into stone or stony material, to petrify.
Load.
A burden, that which is laid on or put in anything for conveyance, that which is borne or sustained, a weight, as, a heavy load.
Mandarinic.
Appropriate or peculiar to Mandarin.
Polyschmitus.
Having, or existing in, many different forms or fashions, multiform.
Practically.
Almost.
Fidel.
An invitation of friends to drink ale at some poor man's house, and there to contribute in charity for his relief.
Riffler.
A curved file used in carving wool and marble.
Disloyal.
Not loyal, not true to sovereign or lawful superior, or to the government under which one lives, false where allegiance is due, faithless, as a subject disloyal to the king, a husband disloyal to his wife.
Remitter.
One who makes remittance.
Chuck.
A piece of the backbone of an animal, from between the neck and the collarbone, with the adjoining parts, cut for cooking, as a chuck steak, a chuck roast.
Humoral.
Pertaining to, or proceeding from, the humors, as a humoral fever.
Methodist.
One of an ancient school of physicians who rejected observation and founded their practice on reasoning and theory.
Inly.
Internally, within, in the heart.
velveting,
the fine shag or nap of velvet, a piece of velvet, velvet goods.
sustain,
To maintain, to keep alive, to support, to subsist, to nourish, as provisions to sustain an army.
misseem,
To suit ill.
furtherance,
The act of furthering or helping forward, promotion, advancement, progress.
raptorious,
Adapted for seizing prey, set of the legs, claws, etc., of insects, birds, and other animals.
restrictionary,
Serving or tending to restrict, limiting, as the restrictive particle, restrictive laws of trade.
safe conduct,
To conduct safely, to give safe conduct.
xanthemide,
An amide derivative of xanthic acid obtained as a white crystalline substance, C2H5OCSNH2, called also xanthogenamide.
expeditate,
To deprive of the claws or the balls of the forefeet, as to expeditate a dog that he may not chase deer.
tralmidames,
The game of nine holes.
barter,
Imperfect and past participle of barter. To trade or exchange in the way of barter. To exchange frequently for an unworthy consideration. To traffic, to truck, sometimes followed by away, as to barter away goods or honor.
minor,
Any of numerous insects which, in the larval state, excavate galleries in the parenchyma of leaves. They are mostly minute moths and dipterous flies.
manifoldness,
A generalized concept of magnitude.
ermine,
To clothe with, or as with, ermine.
carnify,
To form flesh, to become like flesh.
parallelism,
The quality or state of being parallel.
Bildstein,
A soft, compact stone of a grayish, greenish, or yellowish color, carved into images by the Chinese, and hence called figure stone and pegidite. It is probably a variety of pinite.
probability,
Likelihood of the occurrence of any event in the doctrine of chances, or the ratio of the number of favorable chances to the whole number of chances, favorable and unfavorable. See first chance 5.
comprehension,
The complement of attributes which make up the notion signified by a general term.
malamoke,
Any one of several species of large pelagic petrels and fulmars, as Fulmars glacialis of the North Atlantic, and several species of Estrelata of the Southern Ocean, one of several species of seabirds, of the family Procellariid, allied to the albatrosses and petrels. Among the well-known species are the Arctic fulmar Fulmars glacialis, called also fulmar petrel, Maldic, and Malimnock, and the giant Philomerossi gigantea.
Omnipresency.
Presence in every place at the same time, unbounded or universal presence, ubiquity.
Fleshed.
Corpulent, fat, having flesh.
Misty-age.
To teach wrongly, to instruct erroneously.
Injecting.
Present participle and verbal noun of inject, to throw in, to dart in, to force in, as, to inject cold water into a condenser, to inject a medicinal liquid into a cavity of the body, to inject morphine with a hypodermic syringe.
Predestine.
To decree beforehand, to foreordain, to predestine.
Belly.
To make fast, as rope, by taking several turns with it round a pin, cleat, or kevel.
Heuristic.
Of or pertaining to purists or purism.
Emphasized.
Imperfect and past participle of emphasize, to utter or pronounce with a particular stress of voice, to make emphatic, as, to emphasize a word or a phrase.
Saloon.
A Solian Frank.
Chanter.
The chief singer of the chantry.
Direct.
To determine the direction or course of, to cause to go on in a particular manner, to order in the way to a certain end, to regulate, to govern, as, to direct the affairs of a nation or the movements of an army.
Polyizoa.
One of the individual zoots forming the compound organism of a polyzone.
Indeficient.
Not deficient, full.
Verge.
To tend downward, to bend, to slope, as the hill verges to the north.
Bloody sweat.
A sweat accompanied by a discharge of blood, a disease called sweating sickness, formerly prevalent in England and other countries.
Circumventing.
Of circumvent.
Trithion.
A salt of trithionic acid.
Amaurosis.
A loss or decay of sight, from loss of power in the optic nerve, without any perceptible external change in the eye, called also gutta serena, the drop serene of Milton.
Antihysteric.
Counteracting hysteria.
Reversioner.
One who has a reversion, or who is entitled to lands or tenements, after a particular estate granted is terminated.
Teethed.
Imperfect and past participle of heath, to breed, or grow, teeth.
Foursquare.
Having four sides and four equal angles.
Shoot.
An inclined plane, either artificial or natural, down which timber, go, etc., are caused to slide. Also, narrow passage, either natural or artificial, in a stream, where the water rushes rapidly, especially a channel, having a swift current, connecting the ends of a bend in the stream, so as to shorten the course.
lift,
To raise, elevate, exalt, improve, in rank, condition, estimation, character, etc., often with up.
blank,
Of a white or pale color, without color.
audition,
The act of hearing or listening, hearing.
up,
Aloft, on high, in a direction contrary to that of gravity, toward or in a higher place or position, above, the opposite of down.
concept,
An abstract general conception, a notion, a universal.
downwards,
From higher place to lower, in a descending course, as, to tend, move, roll, look, or take root, downward or downwards.
pucker eye,
Vanadate of bismuth, occurring in minute reddish brown crystals.
excursion,
A wandering from a subject, digression.
autolgia,
Pain in the air, uric.
fascination,
The act of fascinating, bewitching, or enchanting, enchantment, witchcraft, the exercise of a powerful or irresistible influence on the affections or passions, unseen, inexplicable influence.
streak,
Imperative of strike.
fading,
Present participle and verbal noun of faggot, a bundle of sticks, twigs, or small branches of trees, used for fuel, for raising batteries, filling ditches, or other purposes in fortification, a fascine.
ville,
A small collection of houses, a village.
vermicule,
A small worm or insect larva, also, a worm-like body.
fructose,
Fruit sugar, levulose.
medievaler,
Shaped like a bushel measure.
pantechnicon,
A depository or place where all sorts of manufactured articles are collected for sale.
fro,
A woman, especially a Dutch or German woman.
indicative,
Proclaimed, declared, public.
chamfer,
A small gutter, a furrow, a groove.
loo,
Place, room, stead, used only in the phrase in lieu of, that is, instead of.
Palestinian,
Of or pertaining to Palestine.
diatom,
The heartwood or the resin of the Guayacama finale or lignum bit, a large tree of the West Indies and Central America. It is much used in medicine.
Metal.
Substance or quality of temperament, spirit, especially as regards honor, courage, fortitude, ardor, etc., disposition, usually in a good sense.
Weathermost.
Being farthest to the windward.
Lemuridia.
A suborder of primates, including the lemurs, the and allied species.
Parella.
A kind of lichen parella, once used in dyeing and in the preparation of litmus.
Vallets pills.
Pills containing sulfate of iron and carbonate of sodium, mixed with saccharine matter, called also Vallets mass.
Ceremonial.
Relating to ceremony, or external rite, ritual, according to the forms of established rites.
Ratlines.
The small transverse ropes attached to the shrouds and forming the steps of a rope ladder.
Puncture.
The act of puncturing, perforating with something pointed.
Colorless.
Free from any manifestation of partial or peculiar sentiment or feeling, not disclosing likes, dislikes, prejudice, etc., as colorless music, a colorless style. Definitions should be colorless.
Vituperative.
Uttering or writing censure, containing or characterized by abuse, scolding, abusive.
Pneumaticity.
The state of being pneumatic, or of having a cavity or cavities filled with air, as the pneumaticity of the bones of birds.
Tetrazony.
Any one of a certain series of basic compounds containing a chain of 4 nitrogen atoms, for example, ethyl tetrazony, C2H52NN2NC2H52, a colorless liquid having an odor of leaks.
Neuraxis.
The spotted deer service axis or axis maculata of India, where it is called hog deer and Paramarish name, cylinder, under axis.
Monarchic.
Of or pertaining to monarch, or to monarchy.
8.
The interval of an octave.
Agenation.
Uniting, union.
Staphylomedusa.
Of or pertaining to staphyloma, affected with staphyloma.
Singing.
Present participle and verbal noun of singe, to burn slightly or superficially, to burn the surface of, to burn the ends or outside of, as, to singe the hair or the skin.
Individualistic.
Of or pertaining to the individual or individualism.
Willing.
Present participle and verbal noun of will. an appearance of diagonal lines or ribs produced in textile fabrics by causing the weft threads to pass over one and under two, or over one and under three or more warp threads, instead of over one and under the next in regular succession, as in plain weaving.
Suggestion.
That which is suggested, an intimation, an insinuation, a hint, a different proposal or mention, also, formerly, a secret incitement, temptation.
Reproduce.
To cause to exist again.
Keg.
A small cask or barrel.
Hypodactylum.
The underside of the toes.
Club shape.
Enlarge gradually at the end, as the antennae of certain insects.
Golden.
Having the color of gold, as the golden grain.
Enhedria.
A figure having 9 sides, a nonagon.
Richweed.
An herb Pileopumila, of the nettle family, having a smooth, juicy, pellucid stem, called also clearweed.
Pepper.
Any plant of the genus Capsicum, and its fruit, red pepper, as the bell pepper.
Brahmin.
A person of the highest or sacerdotal caste among the Hindus.
Deal.
Distribution, apportionment.
Semi-chorus.
A half-chorus, a passage to be sung by a selected portion of the voices, as the female voices only, in contrast with the full choir.
Shadow.
Shade within defined limits, obscurity or deprivation of light, apparent on a surface, and representing the form of the body which intercepts the rays of light, as the shadow of a man, of a tree, or of a tower, a minute difference or variation, as of thought, belief, expression, etc. Also, the quality or degree of anything which is distinguished from others similar by slight differences, as the shades of meaning in synonyms.
Leak.
Permitting water or other fluid to leak in or out, as a leaky roof or cask.
Kale.
A kind of head covering, a caul.
Em.
An imposition, a cheat, a hoax.
Pectosic.
Of, pertaining to, resembling, or derived from, pectos, specifically, designating an acid supposed to constitute largely ordinary pectin or vegetable jelly.
Sombris.
Gloomy, somber.
Prick.
The footprint of a hair.
Gilding.
Any superficial coating or appearance, as opposed to what is solid and genuine.
Phthongometer.
An instrument for measuring vocal sounds.
box,
A chamber or section of tube in which a valve works, the bucket of a lifting pump.
bloodbird,
An Australian honeysucker Myzamela sanguineolata, so called from the bright red color of the male bird.
commune,
The commonalty, the common people.
evolve,
To become open, disclose, or develop, to pass through a process of evolution.
suasive,
Having power to persuade, persuasive, suassery.
attitudinarian,
One who attitudinizes, a posture maker.
commerce,
To carry on trade, to traffic.
style,
An instrument used by the ancients in writing on tablets covered with wax, having one of its ends sharp, and the other blunt, and somewhat expanded, for the purpose of making erasures by smoothing the wax.
selvage,
A layer of clay or decomposed rock along the wall of a vein, a chisel, with a hollow or semi-cylindrical blade, for scooping or cutting holes, channels, or grooves, in wood, stone, etc. A similar instrument, with curved edge, for turning wood, for
polyacoustic,
multiplying or magnifying sound.
Silurian,
Of or pertaining to the country of the ancient Sils, a term applied to the earliest of the Paleozoic eras, and also to the strata of the era, because most plainly developed in that country.
anamorphosis,
A distorted or monstrous projection or representation of an image on a plane or curved surface, which, when viewed from a certain point, or as reflected from a curved mirror or through a polyhedron, appears regular and in proportion, a deformation of an image.
Bethel,
A place of worship, a hallowed spot.
undecide,
To reverse or recant, as a previous decision.
immobility,
The condition or quality of being immobile, fixedness in place or state.
enrapture,
To transport with pleasure, to delight beyond measure, to enravish.
separatism,
The character or act of a separatist, disposition to withdraw from a church, the practice of so withdrawing.
Wilson,
Doubtful, uncertain.
Glossinier,
Cut into deep, narrow, irregular lobes, slashed.
astound,
Stunned, astounded, astonished.
suggestress,
A woman who suggests.
organic,
Produced by the organs, as organic pleasure.
gnome,
a small alglochidianoma of the western United States.
Infrabranchiata.
A suborder of marine gastropod mollusks, in which the gills are between the foot and the mantle.
Paternal.
Of or pertaining to father, fatherly, showing the disposition of a father, guiding or instructing as a father, as paternal care.
Sandal.
A kind of slipper.
Cure.
To set free from something injurious or blameworthy, as from a bad habit.
Stigmatos.
Marked with a stigma, or with something reproachful to character.
Stand.
To resist, without yielding or receding, to withstand.
Downy.
Covered with down, or with pubescence or soft hairs.
Squib.
A paltry fellow.
Vessel.
A hollow or concave utensil for holding anything. A hollow receptacle of any kind, as a hogshead, a barrel, a firkin, a bottle, a kettle, a cup, a bowl, etc.
Much.
To a great degree or extent, greatly, abundantly, far, nearly.
Skew.
A stone at the foot of the slope of a gable, the offset of a buttress, or the like, cut with a sloping surface and with a check to receive the coping stones and retain them in place.
Faintness.
Faint-heartedness, timorousness, dejection.
Diphthongal.
Relating or belonging to diphthong, having the nature of a diphthong.
Fruitful.
Full of food, supplying food, fruitful, fertile.
Toothing.
Present participle and verbal noun of tooth, any projection corresponding to the tooth of an animal, in shape, position, or office, as the teeth, or cogs, of a cogwheel, a tooth, drawing, or tine, of a fork, a tooth, or the teeth, of a rake, a saw, a file, a card.
Offhand.
In an offhand manner, as he replied offhand.
Lot.
Filled with disgust or aversion, averse, unwilling, reluctant, as loath to part.
Cannonade.
Imperfect and past participle of cannonade, the act of discharging cannon and throwing ball, shell, etc., for the purpose of destroying an army, or battering a town, ship, or fort, usually an attack of some continuance.
Luster.
Brilliancy, splendor, brightness, glitter.
Listening.
Present participle and verbal noun of listen, to give close attention with the purpose of hearing, to give ear, to hearken, to attend.
Requisitor.
One who makes requisition, especially one authorized by a requisition to investigate facts.
enforcive,
Serving to enforce or constrain, compulsive.
tenio,
One of the radial partitions which separate the internal cavities of certain medusa.
fleshmonger,
One who deals in flesh, hence, a pimp, a procurer, a pander.
phlegmon,
Purulent inflammation of the cellular or areolar tissue.
face,
To present a face or front.
booby,
Having the characteristics of a booby, stupid.
split,
The substitution of more than one share of a corporation's stock for one share. The market price of the stock usually drops in proportion to the increase in outstanding shares of stock. The split may be in any ratio, as a 2-for-1 split, a 3-for-2 split.
ready,
To dispose in order.
complement,
A complement.
in live,
To animate.
dermic,
Pertaining to the dermis, dermal.
hallux,
The first, or prexile, digit of the hind limb, corresponding to the pollex in the forelimb. The great toe, the hind toe of birds.
cojuvant,
An adjuvant.
fall,
To begin with haste, ardor, or vehemence. To rush or hurry, as they fell to blows.
adventure,
A mercantile or speculative enterprise of hazard, a venture, a shipment by a merchant on his own account.
jailer,
The keeper of a jail or prison.
huswiffly,
Like a housewife, capable, economical, prudent.
sultani,
The dominions of a sultan.
stater,
One who states.
infrequent,
Infrequent.
tic,
A local and habitual convulsive motion of certain muscles, especially such a motion of some of the muscles of the face, twitching, vegetation, called also spasmodic tic.
editress,
A female editor.
knock,
Imperfect and past participle of knock, to strike with something hard or heavy, to move by striking, to drive a thing against something, as to knock a ball with a bat, to knock the head against a post, to knock a lamp off the table.
stayer,
One who upholds or supports that which props, one who, or that which stays, stops, or restrains, also, colloquially, a horse, man, etc., that has endurance, and erase.
hot,
Acrid, biting, pungent, as hot as mustard.
lemmed,
Imperfect and past participle of lem. To beat soundly, to thrash.
superangelic,
Superior to the angels in nature or rank.
down,
The soft under feathers of birds. They have short stems with soft rachis and bards and long thread-like barbules, without hooklets.
manger,
A trough or open box in which fodder is placed for horses or cattle to eat.
dish,
To put in a dish, ready for the table.
millwright,
A mechanic whose occupation is to build mills, or to set up their machinery.
philippic,
Any one of the series of famous orations of Demosthenes, the Grecian orator, denouncing Philip, king of Macedon.
pie,
The magpie.
hectic,
In a hectic condition, having hectic fever. Consumptive, as a hectic patient.
bedlam,
Any place where uproar and confusion prevail.
spiting,
Present participle and verbal noun of spite, ill will or hatred toward another, accompanied with a disposition to irritate, annoy, or thwart, petty malice, grudge, rancor, despite.
squamocytomatic,
A squamocytomatic bone.
immodest,
Not limited to due bounds, immoderate.
bountyhood,
Goodness, generosity.
springly,
A little spring.
marsbanker,
The Menhaden.
mercies,
Forbearance to inflict harm under circumstances of provocation, when one has the power to inflict it. Compassionate treatment of an offender or adversary. Clemency.
true-hearted,
Of a faithful heart. Honest, sincere, not faithless or deceitful. As a true-hearted friend.
tellurian,
Of or pertaining to the earth.
miltonian,
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, Milton, or his writings, as, Miltonic prose.
scriptorium,
In an abbey or monastery, the room set apart for writing or copying manuscripts, in general, a room devoted to writing.
flinging,
Present participle and verbal noun of fling, to cast, send, to throw from the hand, to hurl, to dart, to emit with violence as if thrown from the hand, as, to fling a stone into the pond.
duntos,
Abounding with bushes and briers.
regulative,
necessarily assumed by the mind as fundamental to all other knowledge, furnishing fundamental principles, as the regulative principles, or principles a priori, the regulative faculty.
Chopin,
A liquid measure formerly used in France and Great Britain, varying from half a pint to a wine quart.
throne,
Hence, sovereign power and dignity. Also, the one who occupies the throne, or is invested with sovereign authority, an exalted or dignified personage.
squashing,
Present participle and verbal noun of squash, something soft and easily crushed, especially an unripe pot of peas.
paint,
The same prepared with a vehicle, as oil, water with gum, or the like, for application to a surface.
retort,
The return of, or reply to, an argument, charge, censure, incivility, taunt, or witticism, a quick and witty or severe response.
a sinago,
A stupid fellow.
booth,
A house or shed built of boards, boughs, or other slight materials, for temporary occupation.
symphonious,
Agreeing in sound, accordant, harmonious.
hydrophobia,
The disease caused by a bite form, or inoculation with the saliva of a rabid creature, of which the chief symptoms are a sense of dryness and constriction in the throat, causing difficulty in deglutition, and a marked heightening of reflex excitability, producing convulsions whenever the patient attempts to swallow, or is disturbed in any way, as by the sight or sound of water. Rabies, canine madness.
hot flush,
In a flushed or blushing state.
prejudicate,
Formed before due examination.
preoperculum,
The anterior opercular bone in fishes.
importance,
Subject matter.
threadfin,
Any one of several species of fishes belonging to Polynemus and allied genera. They have numerous long pectoral filaments.
exoccipital,
Pertaining to bone or region on each side of the great foramen of the skull.
cerebronchiata,
A division of mollusca having slender, cirriform appendages near the mouth, the scaphopoda.
sublibrarian,
An under or assistant librarian.
mandioc,
The tropical plants Manihut utilissima and MP, from which cassava and tapioca are prepared, also cassava.
renardine,
Of or pertaining to Renard, the fox, or the tales in which Renard is mentioned.
plate,
A word occurring in a corrupt passage of Bacon's essays, and probably meaning to stir, to move.
Choice.
The thing or person chosen, that which is approved and selected in preference to others, selection.
Complement.
Full quantity, number, or amount, a complete set, completeness.
Congested.
Crowded together.
Diffusate.
Material which, in the process of catalysis, has diffused or passed through the separating membrane.
Radicate.
Having roots, or possessing a well-developed root.
Bacchant.
Of or pertaining to the festival of Bacchus, relating to or given to reveling and drunkenness.
Possibility.
That which is possible. A contingency, a thing or event that may not happen, a contingent interest, as in real or personal estate.
Class.
A collection of persons employed to applaud at a theatrical exhibition.
Impleading.
Present participle and verbal noun of implead, to institute and prosecute a suit against, in court, to sue or prosecute at law, hence, to accuse, to impeach.
Bunchback.
Having a bunch on the back, crooked.
Laureation.
The act of crowning with laurel. The act of conferring an academic degree, or honorary title.
Mgala.
The South African warthog, either one of two species of large, savage African wild hogs of the genus Phacox/Rus. These animals have a pair of large, rough, fleshy tubercles behind the tusks and second pair behind the eyes. The tusks are large and strong, and both pairs curve upward. The body is scantily covered with bristles, but there is long dorsal mane. The South African species Phacox/Rus ethiopicus is the best known, called also black vark. The second species page, Aeoliani, is native of the coasts of the Red Sea.
Underpinning.
That by which a building is underpinned, the material and construction used for support, introduced beneath a wall already constructed.
Rompingly.
In a romping manner.
Well-being.
The state or condition of being well, welfare, happiness, prosperity, as virtue is essential to the well-being of men or of society.
Prunelle.
A kind of small and very acid French plum, applied especially to the stoned and dried fruit.
Plowman.
A rustic, a countryman, a field laborer.
Salt.
The chloride of sodium, a substance used for seasoning food, for the preservation of meat, etc. It is found native in the earth, and is also produced, by evaporation and crystallization, from seawater and other water impregnated with saline particles.
heart eating,
preying on the heart.
plow point,
A detachable share at the extreme front end of the plow body.
reproachful,
Occasioning or deserving reproach, shameful, base, as, a reproachful life.
sharpen,
To make more tart or acid, to make sour, as, the rays of the sun sharpen vinegar.
Labrador,
A region of British America on the Atlantic coast, north of Newfoundland.
chest,
To place in a coffin.
rosy drop,
A ruddy eruption upon the nose caused by drinking ardent spirits, the grog blossom.
misthrow,
To throw wrongly.
circumflex,
Flowing round, surrounding in the manner of a fluid.
airily,
In an airy manner, lightly, gaily, jauntily, flippantly.
ecliptic,
Pertaining to the ecliptic, as, the ecliptic way.
lairdship,
The state of being a laird, an estate, landed property.
default,
To fail in duty, to offend.
start,
The curved or inclined front and bottom of a water wheel butt.
wavy,
Rising or swelling in waves, full of waves.
isomite,
A Mohammedan.
picatail,
A northern duck Diphylocuta, native of both continents. The adult male has a long, tapering tail, called also gray duck, picatail, picatail, spiketail, splittail, springtail, sea pheasant, and gray widgeon.
engaged,
Imperfect and past participle of engage, to put under pledge, to place under obligations to do or forbear doing something, as by a pledge, oath, or promise, to bind by contract or promise.
dead stroke,
Making a stroke without recoil, deadbeat.
drum major, devanosty,
To deprive of beauty or grace.
gymnastode,
A cytode without either a cell wall or a nucleus.
osteopterygus,
Having bones in the fins, as certain fishes.
trade,
Instruments of any occupation.
Cermark,
A mark made on the molds of a ship when building, to show where the angles of the timbers are to be placed.
water furrow,
A deep furrow for conducting water from the ground and keeping the surface soil dry.
brigade,
A female friend who attends on a bride at her wedding.
Roadway.
Road, especially the part traveled by carriages.
Thoughtless.
Deficient in reasoning power, stupid, dull.
Wintertide.
Wintertime.
Helber.
Any plant of several species of the poisonous Liliaceous genus Viridrum, especially C. album and C. viride, both called white helber.
Sallow.
The willow twigs.
Cockly.
Having the form of a snail shell, spiral, turbinated.
Eider.
Any species of sea duck of the genus Somateria, especially Somateria mollissima, which breeds in the northern parts of Europe and America, and lines its nest with fine down taken from its own body, which is an article of commerce, called also eider duck, the American Eider S. dresseri, the king eider S. spectabilis, and the spectacled eider arctonettifisheri are related species.
Frenulum.
A frenum.
Emerited.
Emerited.
Calciform.
Shaped like a slipper, as one petal of the lady's slipper. Calciolate.
Reedy.
Abounding with reeds. Covered with reeds.
Draft.
Relating to, or characterized by, a draft, or current of air, drawn directly from the barrel, or other receptacle, in distinction from bottled, on draft, set of ale, cider, and the like.
Radiant.
The point in the heavens at which the apparent paths of shooting stars meet, when traced backward, or whence they appear to radiate.
Plethoric.
Having a full habit of body, characterized by plethora or excess of blood, as a plethoric constitution, used also metaphorically.
Prenticehood.
Apprenticehood.
Lantern.
A perforated barrel to form a core upon.
Nubs.
Waste silk formed in winding off the threads from a cocoon.
Prisoned.
Imperfect and past participle of prison, a place where persons are confined, or restrained of personal liberty, hence, a place or state of / confinement, restraint, or safe custody.
Chaff.
Imperfect and past participle of chaff, the scales or bracts on the receptacle, which subtend each flower in the heads of many composite, as the sunflower.
Bar.
Of, pertaining to, or containing, boron.
Vermilion.
To color with vermilion, or as if with vermilion, to dye red, to cover with a delicate red.
Traverse.
A gallery or loft of communication from side to side of a church or other large building.
Darwinian.
An advocate of Darwinism.
Hazel.
To make dry, to dry.
Welch.
The natives or inhabitants of Wales.
Osculating.
Present participle and verbal noun of osculate, to have characters in common with two genera or families, so as to form a connecting link between them. To interosculate, intermediate in character, or on the border, between two genera, groups, families, etc., of animals or plants, and partaking somewhat of the characters of each, thus forming a connecting link, interosculant, as the genera by which two families approximate are called osculant genera.
Canister.
A kind of tobacco for smoking, made of the dried leaves, coarsely broken, so called from the rush baskets in which it is packed in South America.
Accusant.
An accuser.
Whaleboat.
A long, narrow boat, sharp at both ends, used by whalemen.
Camel.
A tub, a brewer's vessel.
Glans.
The vascular body which forms the apex of the penis and the extremity of the clitoris.
Enjoin.
To disjoin.
Slash.
A large slit in the material of any garment, made to show the lining through the openings.
Intramural.
Being within the walls, as of a city.
Accrementation.
The process of generation by development of blastema, or fission of cells, in which the new formation is in all respect like the individual from which it proceeds.
Carburization.
The act, process, or result of carburizing.
Incorporate.
To unite with a material body, to give a material form to embody.
Extemporarily.
Extemporaneously.
Directrixes.
A line along which a point in another line moves, or which in any way governs the motion of the point and determines the position of the curve generated by it, the line along which the generatrix moves in generating a surface.
Catechism.
A book containing a summary of principles, especially of religious doctrine, reduced to the form of questions and answers.
Philanthropy.
The doctrine of the merely human existence of Christ.
Postchast.
Haste or speed in traveling, like that of a post or courier.
Poitral.
The breastplate of the armor of a horse, the breastplate of horse's armor or harness, spelt also pitral. The breastplate of the armor of a horse, the breastplate of horse's armor or harness, spelt also pitral. See Butylene.
Strap shape.
Shaped like a strap, legally as a strap-shaped corolla.
Intercalating.
Present participle and verbal noun of intercalate, to insert among others, as a verse in a stanza, specifically geology, to introduce as a bed or stratum, between the layers of a regular series of rocks.
Approbativeness.
The quality of being approbative.
Quillra.
Any plant or species of the genus Isoetes, cryptogamous plants with a cluster of elongated to brush-like leaves, rising from the corm, and containing spores in their enlarged and excavated bases. There are about 17 American species, usually growing in the mud under still, shallow water, so called from the shape of the leaves.
Isless.
Without an isle.
Weeping.
Having slender, pendant branches, set of trees, as, weeping willow, a weeping ash.
Defalcated.
Imperfect and past participle of defalcate, to cut off, to take away or deduct a part of, used chiefly of money, accounts, rents, income, etc.
Black book.
A book compiled in the 12th century, containing a description of the Court of Exchequer of England, an official statement of the revenues of the Crown, etc.
Crest.
To furnish with or surmount as a crest, to serve as a crest for.
Morris.
Dancing the Morris, dancing.
Obstinately.
With abstinence.
Predestinated.
Imperfect and past participle of predestinate, to predetermine or foreordain, to appoint or ordain beforehand by an unchangeable purpose or decree, to prelect.
Flobber.
A small cartridge designed for target shooting, sometimes called ball cap.
Belial.
The red shank, so called from its note.
Clinch.
To hold firmly, to hold fast by grasping or embracing tightly.
Divalent.
Having two units of combining power. Bivalent. Compare. Valence.
Skirt.
To be on the border. To live near the border, or extremity.
Slosher.
One who makes a blustering show of valor or force of arms.
However.
At all events, at least, in any case.
Digester.
One who digests.
Descendable.
That may descend from an ancestor to an heir.
Steady.
to make steady, to hold or keep from shaking, reeling, or falling, to make or keep firm, to support, to make constant, regular, or resolute.
tripody,
3 metrical feet taken together, or included in one measure.
arouse,
Irascible, passionate.
emigrant,
One who emigrates, or quits one country or region to settle in another.
chaff,
Anything of a comparatively light and worthless character. The refuse part of anything.
water hyacinth,
Either of several tropical aquatic plants of the genus Cycornea, related to the pickerel weed.
Sufi,
One of a certain order of religious men in Persia.
catchpenny,
Some worthless catchpenny thing.
beast,
Figuratively, a coarse, brittle, filthy, or degraded fellow.
somber,
To make somber, or dark, to make shady.
sheathed,
Imperfect and past participle of sheath, to case or cover with something which protects, as thin boards, sheets of metal, and the like, as, to sheathe a ship with copper.
secularize,
To convert from regular or monastic into secular, as, to secularize a priest or a monk.
optatively,
In an optative manner, with the expression of desire.
party,
A part or portion.
swimming,
The act of one who swims.
insurrection,
Rising in mass to oppose an enemy.
significator,
One who, or that which, signifies.
harmonize,
To agree in action, adaptation, or effect on the mind. To agree in sense or purport, as, the parts of a mechanism harmonize.
pastorium,
One of the sucker-like rootlets of such plants as the dodder and ivy.
visceral,
Of or pertaining to the viscera, splanchnic.
cashmere,
A rich stuff for shawls, scarfs, etc., originally made in Kashmir from the soft wool found beneath the hair of the goats of Kashmir, Tibet, and the Himalayas. Some cashmere, of fine quality, is richly embroidered for sale to Europeans.
peritomus,
Cleaving in more directions than one, parallel to the axis.
domineering,
Ruling arrogantly, overbearing.
toxicologist,
One versed in toxicology, the writer of a treatise on poisons.
appellation,
One of a sect in Africa 4th century, mentioned by Saint Augustine. who states that they married, but lived in continence, after the manner, as they pretended, of Abel.
Mesoblastic.
Relating to the mesoblast as the mesoblastic layer. The hollow place under the shoulder or arm, the axilla or arm.
Holly.
The home oak, a common evergreen oak of Europe, Quercus ilex, called also ilex, and holly.
Bestlover.
Imperfect and past participle of bestlover, to defile with slaver, to bestlobber.
Cuttlefish.
A foul-mouthed fellow.
Concurrent.
One of the supernumerary days of the year over 52 complete weeks, so called because they concur with the solar cycle, the course of which they follow.
Insectator.
A pursuer, a persecutor, a censorious critic.
Differing.
Present participle and verbal noun of differ. To be of unlike or opposite opinion, to disagree in sentiment, often with from or with.
Impatient.
Impatient.
Hidden.
To carry forward, to advance, to increase, to augment, to aggravate, to intensify, to render more conspicuous, used of things, good or bad, as, to heighten beauty, to heighten a flavor or a tint.
Macrochemistry.
The science which treats of the chemical properties, actions or relations of substances in quantity, distinguished from microchemistry.
Prognostic.
Indicating something future by signs or symptoms, foreshowing, aiding in prognosis, as the prognostic symptoms of a disease, prognostic signs.
Urine.
A Brazilian monkey of the genus Mycetes.
Incongruent.
Not congruous, reciprocally disagreeing, not capable of harmonizing or readily assimilating, inharmonious, inappropriate, unsuitable, not fitting, inconsistent, improper, as, an incongruous remark, incongruous behavior, action, dress, etc.
Poultice.
To apply a poultice to dress with a poultice.
Levitation.
The act or process of making buoyant.
Self-colored.
Being of a single color, applied to flowers, animals, and textile fabrics.
Black.
That which is destitute of light or whiteness, the darkest color, or rather a destitution of all color, as, a cloth has a good black.
Seismometer.
An instrument for measuring the direction, duration, and force of earthquakes and light concussions.
Fidget.
The European Pulcapitorius foetidus, a small European carnivore of the nasal family Putorius foetidus. Its scent glands secrete a substance of an exceedingly disagreeable odor, called also fichet, foul nard, and European fair.
Imperative.
Expressive of command, containing positive command, authoritatively or absolutely directive, commanding, authoritative, as, imperative orders.
Crispness.
The state or quality of being crisp.
Malignancy.
Unfavorableness, evil nature.
Retinophore.
One of group of 2 to 4 united cells which occupy the axial part of the oculi, or omatidia, of the eyes of invertebrates, and contain the terminal nerve fibril under omatidium.
Invariable.
Incapable of erring, infallible, unerring.
Effrayment.
The fighting of 2 or more persons, in a public place, to the terror of others.
Spluttering.
Present participle and verbal noun of splutter. To speak hastily and confusedly, to sputter.
Palatinares.
The posterior nares, the nostrils or nasal openings, the anterior nares being the external or proper nostrils, and the posterior nares, the openings of the nasal cavities into the mouth or pharynx.
And chariot.
To throw out of a chariot.
Punish.
To injure, as by beating, to pommel.
Mold.
Crumbling, soft, friable earth, especially earth containing the remains or constituents of organic matter, and suited to the growth of plants, soil.
Libertine.
Free from restraint, uncontrolled.
Crown.
The bits formed by the several turns of a cable.
Appetite.
Desire for, or relish of, food or drink, hunger.
Berserker.
One who fights as if frenzied, like a berserker.
Discipling.
Present participle and verbal noun of disciple. One who receives instruction from another, a scholar, a learner, especially, a follower who has learned to believe in the truth of the doctrine of his teacher, an adherent in doctrine, as, the disciples of Plato, the disciples of our Savior.
Striped.
Having stripes of different colors, streaked.
Desiring.
Present participle and verbal noun of desire. The natural longing that is excited by the enjoyment or the thought of any good, and impels to action or effort its continuance or possession, an eager wish to obtain or enjoy.
Photomicrograph.
An enlarged or macroscopic photograph of microscopic object. An enlarged representation of microscopic object. produced by throwing upon a sensitive plate the magnified image of an object formed by a microscope or other suitable combination of lenses.
Double.
To be increased to twice the sum, number, quantity, length, or value, to increase or grow to twice as much.
Supersensus.
Beyond the reach of the senses, above the natural powers of perception.
Divine.
Imperfect and past participle of divine, godlike, heavenly, excellent in the highest degree, supremely admirable, apparently above what is human. In this application, the word admits of comparison, as the divinest mind, Sir J. Davies.
Virumontanum.
An elevation, or crest, in the wall of the ether where the seminal ducts enter. Italian.
Warren.
An Australian lorikeet trichoglossus multicolor, remarkable for the variety and brilliancy of its colors, called also blue-bellied lorikeet and blue-bellied parrot.
Overcast.
To cast or cover over, hence, to cloud, to darken.
Sever.
To suffer disjunction, to be parted, or rent asunder, to be separated, to part, to separate.
Rate.
Established portion or measure, fixed allowance.
Tendril.
Clasping, climbing as a tendril.
Direction.
That which is imposed by directing, guiding or authoritative instruction, prescription, order, command, as he gave directions to the servants.
Rascalus.
A female rascal.
Lossing.
A lace, specifically machine, a thong of thin leather for uniting the ends of belts.
Fold.
Times or repetitions, used with numerals, chiefly in composition, to denote multiplication or increase in a geometrical ratio, the doubling, tripling, etc., of anything, as, fourfold, four times, increased in a quadruple ratio, multiplied by 4.
Tocsin.
An alarm bell, or the ringing of a bell for the purpose of alarm.
Infrequent.
To cease to frequent.
Insinuate.
To push or work oneself, as into favor. To introduce by slow, gentle, or artful means. To ingratiate, used reflexively.
Kitty.
To deceive, to outwit, to hoax.
Lacinated.
Friend, having a friend border.
Consonantal.
Of the nature of a consonant, pertaining to consonants.
Explosive.
Driving or bursting out with violence and noise, causing explosion, as the explosive force of gunpowder.
remedy,
that which relieves or cures a disease, any medicine or application which puts an end to disease and restores health, with for, as, the remedy for the gout.
sponge,
Iron from the puddling furnace, in a pasty condition.
dissimil,
Comparison or illustration by contraries.
pulverization,
The action of reducing to dust or powder.
solvable,
Able to pay one's debts, solvent.
predictional,
Prophetic, prognostic.
returnless,
Admitting no return.
predministration,
Previous administration.
embryogeny,
The formation of an embryo.
bale,
A bucket or scoop used in bailing water out of a boat.
institute,
That which is instituted, established, or fixed, as a law, habit, or custom.
rest,
A set or game at tennis.
raw,
Raw, sore, or galled place, a sensitive spot, as, to touch one on the raw.
snigger,
To laugh with audible catches of voice, as when persons attempt to suppress loud laughter.
Popeye head,
A raised ornament frequently having the form of a finial. It is generally used on the tops of the upright ends or elbows which terminate seats, etc., in Gothic churches.
transference,
The act of transferring, conveyance, passage, transfer.
malice,
To regard with extreme ill will.
beam,
A cylinder of wood, making part of a loom, on which weavers wind the warp before weaving. Also, the cylinder on which the cloth is rolled, as it is woven, one being called the forebeam, the other the back beam.
currying,
Present participle and verbal noun of curry, to dress the hair or coat of a horse, ox, or the like, with a currycomb and brush, to comb, as a horse, in order to make clean.
linguiform,
Having the form of the tongue, tongue shape.
falter,
To hesitate in purpose or action.
chantry,
A chapel or altar so endowed.
psychopathy,
Mental disease, a disease of the mind, especially a functional mental disorder, that is, one unattended with evident organic changes.
delicate,
Requiring careful handling, not to be rudely or hastily dealt with, nice, critical, as a delicate subject or question.
inquire,
To call or name. The hold which the short end of a lever has upon the thing to be lifted, or the hold which one part of a machine has upon another.
Recanter.
One who recants.
Measling.
Falling in small drops, mistling, missing.
Prize.
A lever, a pry, also, the hold of a lever.
Terrified.
Imperfect and past participle of terrify, to alarm or shock with fear, to frighten.
Fratricide.
A sect which seceded from the Franciscan order, chiefly in Italy and Sicily, in 1294, repudiating the Pope as an apostate, maintaining the duty of celibacy and poverty, and discountenancing oaths, called also Fratricilians and Fraticelli.
Coriums.
A foot consisting of 4 syllables, of which the first and last are long, and the other short that is, a chorius, or trachea, and an iambus united.
Boar.
The incastrated male of swine, specifically, the wild hog.
Lear.
Learning, lesson, lore.
Preterlapsed.
Pass, as, preterlap stages.
Parallax.
The apparent displacement, or difference of position, of an object, as seen from two different stations, or points of view.
Fraternities.
A body of men associated for their common interest, business, or pleasure, a company, a brotherhood, a society, in the Roman Catholic CHUCRCH, an association for special religious purposes, for relieving the sick and destitute, etc.
Upheave.
To heave or lift up from beneath, to raise.
Nouse.
A knot made on a rope with spun yarn or parceling to prevent a running eye from slipping.
Heterognaty.
One of the two lobes which form the lower lip, or metastome, of crustacea.
Calf.
A small mass of ice set free from the submerged part of a glacier or berg, and rising to the surface.
Out.
To come out with, to make known.
Chargent.
Burdensome, troublesome.
Chose.
Imperative of choose.
Humectant.
Diluent.
Grating.
That grates, making harsh sound. Harsh.
Portlar.
One who, or that which, bears, hence, one who, or that which, produces.
Immixable.
Not mixable.
Boilery.
A place for boiling or preparing salt, a boilery.
Impress.
The act of impressing, or taking by force for the public service, compulsion to serve, also, that which is impressed.
Scrappily.
In a scrappy manner, in scraps.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.